It helps knowing the musical cues. So, I'm Dan Hollifield. Welcome to Last Man Standing. This is the official after show for Stupid O'Clock, and we are just winding down from a really, really good Stupid O'Clock show, let me tell you. And we are part of the Rising Tide Network. Let me flash up this card right here that'll show you the most recent schedule that we have. And I have been informed that there are new shows going to be added. So this will be changed once again. So we have all kinds of things every day and night of the week on Rising Tide. There's something for everybody, no matter what your interests are. And basically, you are guaranteed a good time. No matter what it is that you are particularly a fan of, you can find something here that you will be absolutely fascinated with and just absolutely delighted by. So, without further ado, let me bring on Chris here and John Scarborough.
Without
And,
further ado,
yeah, really. Much
I can
ado
bring
about
do
nothing.
if you want it.
Yeah, well, dippity do. I don't really need the hairstyle, but yeah.
My oh my, what a wonderful day.
We got, Will. Oh, yeah. Beginning of a movie based on a Jackie Collins novel. Thank you, Chris. I keep meaning to go back and change the music and write something brand new.
It's not that bad. It just had that feel to it.
Then I listen to it and I go, hey, this is actually some really relaxing stuff for a really relaxing show.
Hey, no offense, but your theme music reminds me a lot of that 80s porn I used to watch in the military. Okay.
That was generally the idea, yes.
While you was in the bush?
Yes.
No, while we were stuck in the barracks in Berlin.
While he was searching for Bush.
Hey.
Ladies of negotiable affection.
If you wanted to make $1 million back in the 80s, start a video store on a military base. Because
you wouldn't have to stock very many different varieties of things.
Because Joe will watch everything you've got in 18 months. Okay, that's just all there. I mean, that was it.
And then ask you for more.
Well, yeah.
When we first got to Berlin, there were no English language television stations that we could pick up other than Armed Forces Network.
Yeah.
And that was terrible because everything was like 6 months old. So,
yeah.
This is true.
It was terrible because like Star Trek Next Generation had come out. And when I got to Berlin, they were showing the stuff I'd seen like 6 months earlier.
Oh, Ace.
Hey, Ace.
And when I left Berlin, I missed 6 months of Star Trek.
Well,
so needless
thankfully,
to say,
reruns are forever.
Yes. Well, now, 30 years ago they weren't. But strangely enough, once VHS died and everything went to DVD, okay, Joe started buying all the DVDs instead of just renting VHS tapes.
Yeah.
So that was a big thing to get into, was a store doing DVD sales. Redbox could have made a fortune if they'd come up back when DVDs first came out.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely. And then, of course, everybody got deployed to Afghanistan and Iraq, and you would get these little Iraqi cottage industries where they were taking a DVD and just making copies of it on a computer somewhere.
Bootlegging
them. And everybody that was in the military for the last 15 years has Haji copies of movies. And just, it's kind of funny too, because some of the stuff you'd get, the cover art was rather unique.
Yeah.
Some Bollywood.
Bollywood type thing.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with Bollywood, let me tell you. Clint
Eastwood. Yeah.
Oh. Yep. there's been an awful lot of changes in technology. Now it's all digital downloads.
Yeah.
And DVDs are starting to disappear.
And my brother keeps everything on flash cards, like the ones you put in your cameras and stuff.
Yeah.
And he has actually got in a lot of the cars he owns card readers in the radio. He'll go in there, plug it in, and it just plays this playlist.
Yeah.
Of course, a lot of people do that with their phone now. I mean, it's pretty much your radio in your car is pretty much not a radio. It's just a speaker system and a Bluetooth. And you keep everything on your phone nowadays.
I still like radio.
It's your receiver, basically. It's like a freaking receiver at your house.
That's something that drives me nuts. Is I'll get in the car, put on the radio station. I don't care about the commercials. It's just nice to have someone talking in the car while you're, driving, kind of thing. And I hate it when people go, the commercial comes on, they try to find a new radio station. And I'm like, leave my damn radio on.
My wife, as soon as the commercial comes on, she turns it. I'm like,
yeah, well, every radio station has the same commercials at the same time.
So
it's a futile pursuit.
Yeah, no kidding. But
TV the same way.
I've always said that they need to have a switch over by the steering wheel somewhere. That when you put the radio station where you want it, you flip the switch and nobody can mess with your radio. They can't change the volume. They can't change the radio station. No matter what they do, it's locked to where you wanted it.
They have that with the windows, so no passengers can roll the windows down.
And door locks so that the kids can't open the doors. I want a switch in my car that nobody can mess with my radio. Or the heater and air conditioner. I set it where I want it. Leave it the hell on.
I bet it wouldn't be hard to make that.
Yeah, but it should be standard.
Yeah.
Pilot's discretion. Click. Nobody can touch anything else now and make any difference to whatsoever because it's exactly the way I want it to be.
Shut the hell up.
Cartoon, and I can't remember if it was Looney. It wasn't Looney Tunes. It was the other one. Tex
Merry
Avery
Melodies.
Stuff. No, the Tex Avery stuff.
Tex Avery. Oh Lord. Now you're going back.
Yeah. But they did this one where they're talking about modern conveniences, and one of the things was a car that the guy was driving along, and it had an extra bubble in the back just for the mother-in-law.
Yeah. The zone of silence.
Dan, I don't know why on your show I got gray hair, more gray hair on your show. The other ones.
What's the word they use?
There's a really limited audience.
Osmosis. That's what that is. It's you show up on Dan's show and just everybody gets gray hair.
Okay.
No,
you just
we
absorb it.
get extra bandwidth because we're not transmitting to like 16 different channels.
By the way, the storm just came in. It is at 125, but it has jumped 15 miles to the west. So that's going more towards Baton Rouge now, Morgan City.
Oh, and I know some people over there they should get out, but I don't know if they're going to because they're stubborn.
Because the bad part about being in Baton Rouge is wherever you go is even worse than just staying in Baton Rouge. So.
Well, I mean, they got to go. I mean, if they go anywhere, go west. But I think it's going to wobble either way. It's going to wobble east and west the whole way.
Albuquerque is real nice this time of year. Y'all head out.
Yes.
Denver.
Yeah.
Just
ain't even got to worry about a storm surge in Denver.
Just don't follow Bugs Bunny because he always seems to miss that turn at Albuquerque.
I knew I should have turned left at Albuquerque. If you turn, depending on that depends on which direction you're hitting Albuquerque from.
Mm-hmm.
That's if you're coming in from the north, that puts you back toward Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Coming in from the west, that sends you up to Colorado. If you're coming in from the south, that sends you back to LA.
Yeah.
And if you're coming in from the east,
you go on.
that puts you in Mexico.
Yep.
Well, you wind up in White Sands, and they're having another nuclear test.
They don't do that down there anymore.
Yeah, no.
But you could get hit with a missile.
Yeah. That's why
See,
driving by the front gate is a real challenge.
see,
'Cause you never know who's going to launch what when you're driving by.
See,
Oh,
Albuquerque,
really?
is that Tijuana across from Albuquerque, or is that?
Oh no, Albuquerque's way.
Tijuana's over by San Diego.
Yeah.
Okay, I just
Juarez
remember.
is over by El Paso.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I remember my dad talking about one of them Mexico towns when he was stationed down there at one of the Marine bases or Army bases.
Albuquerque's really a nice place.
Yeah.
It's all laid out on a grid pattern. It's easy to
First of all,
find anything.
Yeah, Albuquerque is in the middle of New Mexico. I mean, you literally you can drive 300 miles in any direction and still be in New Mexico.
Yeah.
See,
Of course, all those states out there are big.
you got Ciudad Juarez, which is down near El Paso, right across the border. That's probably the closest big Mexican.
I'd say that'd be what is that Army base down there close to it? McClellan? Is that McClellan over there?
No,
Or Bliss?
McClellan's in Alabama, I think.
Yeah, Alabama. Yeah.
And
Fort Bliss.
there is
Bliss.
I think it's an Air
Fort Bliss is in El
Force
Paso.
base in the middle of Albuquerque. I think it's an Air Force base, but I'm not
Well,
sure.
You got White Sand Missile Range, which
That's
takes up about
south.
half the space between Albuquerque and the Mexican border. And then Albuquerque, let me see what they've got.
They've got something right in the middle of the town. If you're not from there, you can make a wrong turn.
Yeah, duh. Albuquerque, Kirkland Air Force Base.
Yeah, Kirkland.
That's the one.
And
That's the one.
Sandia.
Yep.
Sandia is where that's where they work on all the nuclear weapons in the United States. That's where all the nuclear warheads are maintained.
Actually, my youngest boy was working there for a while. Super genius. Yeah.
He's a nuclear physicist?
No, he is a computer genius. He's got 2 degrees in electrical engineering with the emphasis on computer sciences.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let me show you. All right. There's where am I going here?
When he graduated with his first degree, he was 17.
There's
wow.
There's what's left of Kirkland Air Force Base. It is now Albuquerque International Air Force Base. Or there's some bunkers for the Air Force, and then if you come way down here, this is the Department of Energy's area, or as we call Sandia, and this is where they work on all the nuclear weapons. It was in this area here, and if you follow this, that's the bunker road.
I thought we were supposed to be upgrading our nuclear arsenal.
They are, but they'll do it here. This is where they actually do the work.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if you see this road, each one of this whole mountain is one big bunch of nuclear bunkers.
Bunkers.
Yeah. And they store individual nuclear pieces in there. And you go all the way around there, nuclear, bunker, nuclear, bunker. All the way around.
Parts is just parts.
Pretty much, yeah. But basically, every time they work on a nuclear weapon, they disassemble it, and this is where they bring all the parts and then check them out, stuff like that. And apparently it's the only place in the United States they do it. So everything goes there.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly.
Yeah.
Might have something to do with the fact it's in the land of enchantment.
And it's in the pretty much middle of nowhere. I mean,
yeah.
What's that joke about if you wipe out Albuquerque, nobody would hear about it for a couple months?
That's what I was going to say. If there was an accident, you wouldn't hear about it.
Somebody'd be driving through and go, "Isn't Albuquerque supposed to be around here somewhere?" Yeah.
Oh, we must have missed that left turn.
Yeah. You'll have to head on up to Santa Fe, which is actually one of the oldest occupied cities in this continent.
Well, and it's closely followed by Socorro, actually. I do believe the Spanish mistake was to settle there someplace where there ain't no damn water and build a town. It's a very, very pretty town. I'll give you that. It's a very, very pretty town.
Yeah.
Very nice. The people are very friendly. The food is very good at the restaurants, let me tell you.
And to answer your question, Josh, let me see here. San Diego, Tijuana.
Yep.
There's that shopping mall. There it is.
It's like a bridge. Ain't it like a bridge?
Half the mall's on one side of the border and the other half is on the other.
Ain't it like a little bridge you walk across?
Yeah, somewhere along the Tijuana River, but half the Tijuana River is in California.
Yeah.
And the other half. But this is the main border area down through here. This is where you get across the border. Let me see. Let me bring it up satellite so you can actually see what it looks like. There, okay. Yeah, there's everybody trying to get across the border.
And nobody trying to get across the other side.
Well, yeah.
Well, I was about to say, I remember my dad just used to talk about going down there and get drunk.
That's getting into Mexico, and you see the lines aren't tall. And then this is getting into the United States. That's the United States side of it. So, and there's this big dam. Oh, where's this? What? I hate it when they don't update the picture. What is this? This is 21. That should have been updated. This is that big shopping mall that when most of the Mexicans in this area try to jump the border.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where they was finding them tunnels coming up in that mall, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. And the problem was they'll jump the border, run into the mall, and then imagine trying to find a Mexican in a shopping mall in San Diego.
I'd be more worried about trying to find a bathroom.
Isn't Mexicali somewhere near there too?
I was trying to remember where Mexico. I've heard of it, but I've never actually been there.
I was thinking it's near Tijuana, but I could be mistaken.
Hang on a minute.
I still think we need to go to Cabo.
Mexicali. Sorry, y'all can't see that yet.
We all need to go to Mexico.
Cabo,
Cabo.
That would be fun.
All right, let me see here. There's Tijuana. There's San Diego. You come over here. There's Mexicali.
Okay, I knew it was somewhere.
And you got Interstate. Interstate 8. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Mexicali's on the other side of the.
Yeah, there's. Now, when I was doing that Southwest border mission with National Guard, this is where we were located. And strangely enough, my post was right in here. And right there. I had to guard that bridge.
Oh.
Sat up here.
What?
Well,
idiots.
Here's the actual border station coming across. This is and there's what's left of the Colorado River down here. This is a big recreation area. It's boat docks and stuff like that. Okay. And at this point, you got California, Mexico, and Arizona.
Yep.
That river you can wade across right there.
Yeah.
And heck, you can see right here where they would come across.
Yeah.
Okay. And basically, then they have to get across this canal because, you see, there's a canal they have to get across. Here's a canal they have to get across. So the only way to really get across these canals, because they're concrete, is that bridge right there.
And that's where you were.
We would sit up here on the levee with the night vision and the M16s and the spotlights and stuff like that. We actually caught a couple drug runners trying to get across there one night on bicycles of all things.
Yeah, the Colorado River is so dammed. There's nowhere near the volume that there once was before they put all the dams up there.
Let's see, what is it?
Lake there for fishing boats was closed most of the time I was there because they didn't have enough water to put boats in the river.
Yeah.
What is it? Lake Mead out there?
Lake Mead up above Hoover Dam.
Glen Canyon Dam, and I think something else.
They was talking about it was 140 foot down from like 3 years ago. I'm like, well, it's probably because y'all ain't saving the freaking water. Well, they actually put a drain in it or some crap like that. I'm like,
Josh, there's
but
people in Southern California that water their lawns every damn day, whether it needs it or not.
well, they moved to a damn desert. That
I
damn,
know.
I
And
mean,
there's this huge aquifer underneath the state of Nebraska and covers a little bit of other
Hey,
stuff, but it's almost
California needs to figure out a way to desalinate salt water,
Yeah.
seawater.
Yeah.
That's just
They
all
can
I'm going
do
to say. You know,
that need to make reservoirs for
they
water.
They've got the reservoirs. They just don't have any water to put in it.
But that too.
They have desalination plants. They just don't want to pay the money to do it because the shit's expensive to run.
I mean, you got snow runoff and all that stuff. I mean, it just pisses me. But it's global warming. No, that was a desert 100 years ago, 200 years ago.
Yep.
Well,
In this case, it's not global warming; it's global stupidity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the big aquifer that I was telling you about, it's a fossil aquifer, which means it's not getting the water that's taken out of it replaced. The middle of this century, it will probably be dried up because California has sucked that damn much water out of it.
Yep.
And it will never get replaced.
Parker Dam. Never heard of that one.
Yeah, there's Glen Canyon Dam. There's
the Grand Coulee. There's
Grand Coulee's on the Washington, Columbia River in Washington.
Yeah. Hey, well, it still connects eventually.
Yeah. I was about to say, yeah.
They all wind up in the Pacific Ocean eventually.
Davis Dam. Never heard of that one either.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, they're feeding water to nothing but dirt. I mean, a desert. I mean,
Hoover Dam. Yay!
Yay! Yeah.
Dam bait.
There's a lot of farmland in California that depends on somebody else's water.
Oh yeah.
Well, a lot of that farm's corporate farmland too, because major corporations bought up a lot of family farms.
Oh well, in that case, confiscate them and turn the corporations into dust piles.
There's
too much money.
4 big corporate farms that buy up all the small farms. That's why your beef price goes up.
Confiscate the corporations and turn the executives out to the assembly lines and whatnot. Hey, I didn't say it wasn't going to be draconian.
Well, I don't disagree.
Do you remember we were talking about the story about the Salton Sea?
Yeah.
Yes. That's it right there?
That's it right there.
And it's got a whole lot more water in it than the last time I saw it.
Yeah, but it's not got anywhere to go, so the salinity is like.
Well, I know, but somebody had punched a hole in the bottom of it. It was draining out into a salt mine underneath.
Ah.
Or was that a different place?
I think it's a different place.
I think that you showed
what
the
happened
picture
here with the Salton Sea was they were trying to do a canal from the Colorado River over here.
Yeah.
To this farmland you see here.
Yeah.
And they broke the canal, and that turned this low-lying area into a sea. And they couldn't fix it in time. And then all this farmland, as the water ran off, dumped a bunch of fertilizer and other crap into this area.
Yeah.
And once they got the canal fixed, there's no way to put real water back into this thing. So it's a septic tank, basically.
Yeah. And there's people that are stuck out there living because they can't afford to move.
And there's fish and birds that die from actually being exposed to that water.
Oh yeah. That's where they need to put up the windmills.
Yeah, but another strange thing about it is apparently somebody has figured out that thing's full of lithium.
Really?
The company's going in there and they're going to mine the soil in that area to get all the lithium out of it for lithium batteries.
Well, that's the only place in U.S. that's got lithium in it.
Pretty much. Well, there's one other. I just can't remember what it's called, but that neck of the woods.
Yeah, and helium's rare around here too.
Of course, if they'd figure out a way to desalinate seawater, they could pull the lithium out of the seawater. I'm just saying, but
yeah,
they have desalination plants in Saudi Arabia. They could build the stuff. They just don't want to spend the money on it.
Well, I was about to say,
really.
Israel's got it too.
Oh, you heard about that fiasco that they did with the solar power plant out there in California?
Which
one? All the
one?
money on it. They can't keep it up and running.
Which one?
The one they only turn on at night.
Yeah, really.
Are you serious? They only turn it on at night?
It's California. Stupidity abounds.
Oh my God. No wonder they lost representation in Congress for the first time since they became a state.
Hey, it might turn. Well, I know we ain't.
No, it ain't. The only way it will turn that way is if the northern half splits off from the southern half.
No, they'll steal it from him.
Don't laugh. There's a big petition going on to split California in half.
Yep.
Because the northern half is tired of putting up with the granola half.
Yeah. Well, the thing about the northern half, they're going to deal with one massive blue area around San Francisco and surrounding areas. The rest of that area is predominantly conservative.
They're going to have to deal with Sleepy Joe. I don't even need to get started on that tonight.
No, but like I said, it's interesting how conservative the northern part of the state is and how liberal the southern part of the state is.
You guys do realize, I think, the entire left-right thing is so much hogwash.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the left wing and the right wing. They're both part of the same damn bird.
Yeah.
They get fed from the same damn pocket.
It's really it's all take stuff out of the left hand pocket to put it in the right hand pocket. It's all the same money.
Yeah.
And it doesn't belong to whoever was wearing the pants in the first place. They're just stealing it from everybody else.
Yeah.
Well,
it's all a racket.
So much for not being political tonight. I'll be right back. I gotta go get a canoe beer or the. Oh wait, no, I've got a Guinness. All right, if I can stay awake long enough to drain that big old bottle. The oatmeal stout was really good. I like that stuff. The Guinness is really good too.
If I made it through the first show without taking a piss. You better be able
You're doing better.
Yeah. Well, let's see. You wear a catheter for 6 weeks and see if you can hold it.
Hey, I wore a catheter for 6 weeks.
Oh.
Called break your pelvis.
Yeah, no. It was called hitting a motorcycle gas tank at 60 miles an hour.
Well, this was called hit a oak tree at 60 miles an hour. About the same.
Yeah, really. The results are I've spoken a squeaky voice for about 6 months. I shall return. You have been warned.
Okay. Fair enough.
But yeah, the last few days have had me pissed off so much I don't even want to turn TV on. And I'll leave it there. How about that? And just Well, I'll say one more thing. They done shut down the airport again. All U.S. people's got to leave the airport again. But we're going to get them all out by Tuesday. There's no way.
Well, you know how they say every cloud has a silver lining?
Yeah.
Biden won't get reelected after this mess.
I know it.
Because if he'll treat those people this way, imagine how he'll treat the rest of our country.
Oh, yeah. He don't give a rat's ass.
He's one of those white people that doesn't give a damn about brown people. So that's. Yep.
Well, I mean,
said it.
hell, if they'd just looked at anything he did in the last 40 years, he ain't gave a shit.
But he's been in Washington D.C. for 50+ years.
Yeah.
And apparently that's what Democrats want, is somebody who's going to stay in Washington and be a jackass. So.
Oh, well.
It does happen. I think there's people that's been in there too long from both sides. They both rotted from the inside out.
Cocaine Mitch needs to go. I mean, there's a lot of them need to go.
I don't know exactly how we do it, but we need to get a class action lawsuit filed against Congress for not having term limits.
That would be nice, but I imagine the opposing lawyers got more money behind them than we would.
Of course they do.
No, well, you could get somebody to do it pro bono, like Sekalo or somebody like that. Or Freedom Works.
You should have 8 years for Congress, or 8 years for the House of Representatives, and 12 years for the Senate. Term limits.
2 terms. I do 2 terms per.
That's what it is. 2 terms
for the senators.
It'd be 4 years. Be 4 years for the House.
No, I think they should be allowed to stay in office for about 10 years, 10 or 12, something like that. Just because it's hard to get anything done in 2 years.
Yeah.
And in 4 years, you're just getting the hang of it. And
we'll do 8 and 6, 8 and 12 then.
8 and 12 is probably pretty good.
Yeah.
But I can see if I can work something up. Just see if they'll take it up.
You may get laughed at, but
I mean,
never know. Yeah. You don't know till you ask.
Hey, that's all you got to do is ask. There ain't no stupid question.
The worst they can do is say no.
Yeah, that's what I said. There ain't no stupid questions.
And you
can we stop talking about my dating life?
Are you dating now? Who are you dating?
No, I mean the worst thing that happened is they say no. No, that's not the worst thing. The worst thing that they can say is I do.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, what is this? Microsoft is going to come out with Windows 11.
Yeah.
They're threatening to withhold it if your CPU is too old.
Uh-oh.
Well, they'll just have to fucking withhold it or buy me a new computer if they want me to have Windows 11. They're going to have to buy it because, I got what I can afford right now.
There goes my wife's laptop.
Well, I thought
when is that supposed to drop so I can wait to get my desktop?
I didn't think they were supposed to. They said they were done with operating systems after they came out with 10 because they're like, just be some updates on it periodically.
Oh yeah, but if they don't come out with a brand new number every couple of years, they can't make as much money.
Yep.
All it has to do is be a tweak of something else that they just did, and they can charge all kinds of bucks to just here's a brand new computer with this brand new operating system, and you can't use any of your old programs, so you've got to buy everything all over again.
Speaking of companies need to be hit with a class action lawsuit,
Really? How many times do I have to buy a copy of the
Here,
White Album?
hell, I need to start writing all these down. Shit.
You mean like Apple coming out with Android features and saying, "Hey, this is new from Apple"?
Yep.
Yeah, it's new for Apple, but it's like 20 years old for Android.
Yep.
Duh. How can we service you today? Speaking as a farmer. Wait, here's Kiri. There we go.
Right. About time you showed up.
Hey.
Going.
Hey, Kiri.
How you doing tonight?
Hey, thank you guys so much. Let me go ahead and mute some stuff real quick. There we go.
Right. Yep. Just balance everything out.
No offense, but you look like Michael Jackson.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I was over here getting our class action lawsuits going.
Right, there you go. Class action.
Hey, no offense taken, guys.
Got 3 going right now. Suing Congress, Microsoft, and I forgot the other.
Yeah. Who else are we gonna sue? Let's sue somebody else. I like suing people.
Yeah, I was hearing that some
Apple, suing Apple too.
Why are we suing Apple?
The Android thing.
Oh, okay.
No, I thought it was because they had bad applesauce.
Speaking of Michael Jackson and apples, one bad apple don't spoil the whole bunch, girl. Yeah.
Do you realize that was an Osmond Brothers song?
Yep. Hey.
They traded. Look at the cartoons. They traded off.
Hey, all you got to do is flip it negative, and they're the same show. Okay.
I will say this. If you're unable to get your computer updated to Windows 11 and Windows 10 is like, we're not going to support it anymore, just get Linux. I mean,
yeah, really.
Come on.
I've got 17 different versions of Linux. I hate command line.
See, this is why they broke Microsoft.
I started off on a Cocoa 3.
This is why they had an antitrust thing against Microsoft how many years ago when they broke it up. I want to know when that was. Congress broke them up, or the FAA or FCC broke them up.
Should have been the.
It should have been the FAA.
The ASPCA.
But I think there was a antitrust lawsuit against them.
Yeah, it was about like when Ma Bell got broken up.
Yeah.
Because they got too big. There was only one company for the whole country.
It was them and IBM, I think, got broke up about the same time.
Well, Standard Oil got broke up too, but if you look into the official names of all the various gasoline and oil companies,
it's still basically the same.
You will see that Amoco was Standard Oil of Indiana.
Texaco
was Standard Oil of Texas. Chevron was Standard Oil of California.
Shell.
Exxon was Standard Oil of New York, and
Shell was a shell company.
Yeah, but that's
unintended.
That's RB.
It's Dutch. Mobile was Standard Oil of New Jersey, and I may have gotten Exxon and Mobil.
Exxon Mobil is that's Venezuela, or was.
No, it's if you look at
That's
the
Sick Go. I'm
if you
sorry.
actually look at the title charters of the companies, one of them is Standard Oil of New York, and the other one's Standard Oil of New Jersey.
That Sick Go was Venezuela.
No. Venezuela was just someplace they bought oil from.
Yeah, Shell is Royal Dutch Shell Petroleum.
Yep. And
Phillips
Lindsay's,
is Netherlands.
Lindsay's dad was an accountant for Shell Oil in Venezuela. So.
No, I was saying Shit Go. Sick Go was that was a Venezuelan company though.
That does not surprise me.
Let me see. I'm reading it here. You got Standard Oil of New Jersey, Standard Oil of New York, Standard Oil of California, Standard Oil of Indiana, Standards Atlantic, Richfield, or something about apparently they broke up one and it merged into like 5 different companies. Continental Oil Company,
Continental,
Standard Oil of Kentucky, Standard Oil Company Ohio, and then the Ohio Oil Company.
Standard Oil of Kentucky. What are they making stuff out of corn now?
So, in theory, all of these companies are back channeling money to the Rockefellers.
Well, see, that's the same thing like with the Southern Company, Alabama Power, Georgia Power,
Gulf Power, Florida Power.
Keep going with it. I mean, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
But who is that?
I don't know, but it's not one of mine. I recognize the voice, but it's not one of mine.
I don't have nothing. I mean, I have a dog. He's over there asleep.
And the sad thing is, she's doing it from a room or two away.
Good Lord.
Yeah, well, her food bowl has a empty spot the size of a silver dollar in the middle. And the rest of it's 8 inches tall in food.
Actually, one of the problems with talking on the internet like this is your cat thinks you're talking to it. It doesn't realize there's people on the screen that you're talking to. So,
I got the other one laying up against me, behaving itself.
That's why I think dogs are smarter. My dog has not moved the whole time I've been talking.
My dog barks at the ice maker. Okay, they're not smart.
No,
our dog barks at trains 40 miles away.
It depends on the critter, because there's good ones and bad ones and everything. Dumb ones and smart ones and all sorts of kinds.
That's true. It's true with any animal. I mean, look at the milk crate challenge.
Yeah.
Well, my dog, he's old. He's blind. He can't see nothing, but he can hear a pin drop. So,
yeah.
I think John has a point. It's a sad state of affairs when human beings make a chipmunk look intelligent.
We have one dog that barks at helicopters, and then of course all the other dogs have to bark at whatever they're barking at. So they're, the other dog, you can see the look on the faces of the other dogs. They don't know what the hell they're barking at. They're just barking because one dog is barking at the helicopter.
Yeah, really. Participation trophies. Yeah.
We don't know what the problem is, but we got your back.
Yeah, really.
And I got the one dog. We have a new refrigerator, and I told the story of the last show. But oh
yeah, okay.
Everybody's crashing here. All right. But our new ice maker makes a lot more. It's a distinctive noise as opposed to the old one.
Mm-hmm.
And our dog is just. We got this one dog who's just going nuts over it. Matter of fact, I'm surprised you haven't heard her bark in the 3 hours I've been on the show so far. Dan, your show's been on for 46 minutes.
We got about 5 more hours. Shit.
Yeah, really, and we've actually got 3 people watching, so we're breaking a record.
Dan, you're 4 of them.
No, I'm not. I ain't watching me. I know better.
I ain't watching.
Okay, wait a minute. Oh, wait. Dan Hollifield on YouTube. That's when I go click on this real quick. I'm trying to figure this stuff out. I don't.
I may be broadcasting it, but I ain't watching it. I'm smarter than that.
Oh, Ace Bonnie and Josh Waldrop are on your YouTube. Okay. Now
Josh
I am. It should go up to 4 now.
Josh is Kiri.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the other Josh that was here last week.
Yeah.
Wrong
Thursday.
mouse.
John's watching.
Yeah, we're up to 4. You're up to 4 on YouTube now, John.
Hey,
And I'm one of them.
what's really weird is there'll be like 32 people on Facebook. No, later on, in the rerun.
Well, right now, there's no one on Facebook, and you're 3 of them. So that's.
I'm not 3. I'm broadcasting on 3 of them, but I'm not watching
Dan
on any
Hollifield,
of
Rising
them.
Tide, and Aphelion. Yes.
The algorithm.
That's where I'm broadcasting to. I'm not watching
the algorithm.
Those. Yeah. I'm on StreamYard, and that's it. I may be broadcasting on 4 different places, but I'm not watching a single one of them. I'm on StreamYard. That's where I'm watching. So,
it's went to major hurricane now.
Uh-oh.
Cat 3.
Yep.
People, please evacuate politely.
Not too late now.
Please, nope. Get out.
If you haven't evacuated yet, stay in place.
Yeah.
It's 179 miles away from New Orleans.
So it still has.
I've got friends right in the path, and I'm betting they're staying because they've got no way to go anywhere.
And this eye has blowed up.
Welcome back, Kiri.
Thank you. My computer just crashed a while ago, so I was just ripping it back up.
It happens.
Well, I'm glad it came back up without a problem.
Yeah, I can't put pictures in here, so.
John knows how.
Can I put pictures in here, John?
You should be able to. You go down to share.
I don't see a share.
I don't think he's got it, man.
I don't have that.
Gotta have admin rights. Okay.
Yeah.
What are we trying to share, Josh?
That's a picture of the hurricane.
Where from?
A guy named Nick Hurst on Facebook.
That won't help me.
It's on Facebook. Off Facebook.
Oh,
if you look him up on Facebook, you might be able to find him.
Well, hang on a minute. Copy and paste it to the to one of our Facebooks.
All right.
And then I can copy and paste the link, and then bring the link up on the share screen.
Can you do it to private chat?
That's an interesting question. I never thought about that one.
I don't know why you couldn't.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things we have not tried out here.
Well, we're about to try.
I just thought it might save y'all a little time.
Yeah. Okay, there's a link in private chat, I do believe.
Yes.
All right, John, do that voodoo that you do so well. Oh, it worked.
That's a very intense. That's rapidly intensifying storm right now.
Let's see. My dad lives up in this neck of the woods, so
that bugger's getting big.
Oh yeah.
The eye. I mean, it went through a eye wall replacement phase. So I mean, if anybody is in anywhere near this, y'all need to go.
Take shelter.
I was going to go down there and chase that thing. Nope. I backed out.
Josh,
Uh,
it's going to be chasing you.
Yeah, it's coming my way.
Uh-huh.
I backed out from going down there. So
Hey,
So
Josh,
batten down the hatches, boy.
how far away is it from making landfall?
it
Looked like
showed it on
about
the
2,
100
maybe 3 hours.
100. I think it's maybe like 14, 13 miles an hour. Maybe 179 miles from land.
So
Oh,
it
so
has potential to strengthen some more.
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
yes, it does.
Oh,
It will make it to. It will probably make it to Cat 4.
possibly a low Cat 5.
Possibly
Mm,
high end Cat 4.
Yeah.
yeah, definitely. And
The
Sweet.
pressure. The pressures is with the. The pressure is dropped to where it should be at Cat 4 right now. So it just hadn't caught up. So
it's only a matter of time before the wind
Yeah.
catches up.
So that name will be retired from the list.
Okay. Stephanie Osborne says that it is a major hurricane, is now packing 115 mile per hour sustained winds, and is a solid Cat 3.
Yep. Now, Josh, you really need to
That's
hook up
as
with
of 3
Stephanie
minutes ago. That
for
is as of
your
3
weather.
minutes ago.
Yep.
She will be at Hallowcon.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said, Dan.
You need to hook up with Stephanie for your weather thing. Sorry,
Group.
too much beer, not enough brain cells.
Group.
Yep. I do believe that you would find a lot that she does overlaps with a lot that you do.
Awesome.
Someone once told me years ago, alcohol kills brain cells, but only the weak ones.
Well, thank you, Norm. No, it was the other one. It was
Cliff.
Cliff. Yes, thank you.
Actually, this was a college buddy of mine. He may have got it from that. I don't know, but
I do believe. Yeah. All you got to do is watch
John
that
Ratzenberger.
show. Yeah.
Some
That
brain cells we don't need.
You know, he was actually in Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people that have guested in a lot of movies
Yeah.
that we don't realize because they were either in costume or some background character that the camera was not focused on, but they were there.
Like Tom Selleck, if you ever saw the movie Midway.
Yes,
He was just a Navy guy in the background. I think he had one line.
Said 55 mega. It's 955 megabars. So that should be at a Cat 4 right now. So when they get through it in another 2 hours, the recon flight, that it'll go up probably another 10 miles an hour.
Yeah, I would hate to be in that airplane. Let me tell you.
I love to go through, not this, but one.
Yeah. One ought to do it. That'll teach you a lesson. And those are some brave bitches there going time and time again, flying into the eye of a hurricane because you got to go through the whole hurricane to get to the eye.
And them's not big planes either. I mean, they're
not.
They're flying in like freaking Cessnas. I mean,
well, I mean, last ones I knew about were they weren't C-5As, but
C-130s usually.
C-130s. Thank you, John.
They fly those things out of Keesler and Biloxi. So
yeah. Well, they fly some out of Mobile and.
Yeah. But
well,
right now,
the trouble with taking off in the middle of one of the hurricane ground zones where they're going to come ashore is you can't land where you took off because it's going to be in the middle of the damn. You got to go. You got to go to West Palm Beach or something.
They'll probably head down to past Pensacola.
Pensacola.
Well, I was about to say, once it gets that close to land, they normally don't fly it. They'll start letting balloons up.
Yeah.
They have alternate landing areas all over that area, like Hattiesburg. They'll go up to. They've actually got a strip up there now at Camp Shelby, and then.
Well, I was about to say they'll come over here to Maxwell.
And then Mobile's got one. Pensacola. If they have to, they can go to Panama City, Fort Walton, or Dothan.
Yeah.
Or
Dothan, Alabama.
Dothan, Alabama.
No, not Dothan.
Dothan. Fort Rucker.
Fort Rucker.
Be right back.
Let's see here. I'm trying to remember where that other one is. There's another one in Alabama. I can never remember where it is.
Montgomery, Mobile.
No, it's
Maxwell Air Force Base.
Where is that one? I can't remember.
Montgomery.
No, that's too far north. There's one a lot closer. And I was thinking,
Saraland?
Huh?
Saraland, Alabama?
Hang on a minute. Let me. Air Force. It's. Oh, wait a minute. There's one at. Okay, there's one in Woodward, Mississippi, or Waynesboro, Mississippi. Excuse me.
Okay.
And there's another one in. What's the name of that town here? Oh, I can't read this. Monroeville, Alabama.
Okay. I started to offer you these, but
and they C-130 can land almost anywhere because they're designed for short takeoff and landing. So.
C-130 can do anything it damn well wants to do. Talk about a super plane.
Isn't that what the AC-130s are based off of?
Yeah.
Those AC-130s are some of the most powerful gunships and weaponry ever developed by the United States.
The one out of Biloxi is the 53rd Weather Reconnaissance Squadron. So, let's see here. They're
all kinds of stuff I never knew before and probably won't remember tomorrow.
They're part of the 403rd Wing. I don't know if that means anything. But I was trying to see if they had anything on our website about what they're doing right now.
Hunkering down?
They're probably moving aircraft.
Well, yeah, that'd be a smart thing to do. You can't just take a couple of bungee cords and strap them to the field.
They have a specialized version of the AC-130 called a WC-130J, which is specifically designed for weather hunting, meteorology.
Does WC stand for Weather Commander?
I believe so, or weather cargo or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like my version better.
It is a weather reconnaissance aircraft. And I was trying to see range here. Length, height, speed. Oh, here we go. Maximum range with 35,000 pound payload is 1,841 miles.
That's still a good good range to be able to come and go in.
Yeah, and it's probably longer if they've got any KC-135 air tankers in there.
They won't. They will remove all the KC-135s from
No,
that area when the
you will
hurricane
not be
rolls down.
doing aerial refueling during a hurricane. That is too damn dangerous.
Oh, I didn't mean in the area, but on a clear area.
Well, yeah, 1,000-mile range is a quarter of the way across the United States.
Yeah.
Technically, they could come up here to Chattanooga and refuel and fly back down there. So
Yeah.
Well, I was about to say, I mean, Birmingham's got KC-135s there, but they'll probably move them just in case.
So they're retiring the fleet of KC-135s, John?
Oh no, not yet, not for a long time. But
No,
they
no.
are.
They're not
slowly
going to risk
replacing
them during a hurricane.
Oh yeah.
They
Now, I
won't. Yeah,
wasn't going near the hurricane, but if it's somewhere on the outskirts of it where it's safe.
Yeah. Trouble is, you're going to use a lot of fuel
I'm
bulling
not
your
sure.
way in
I'm not
and
sure,
then back
but
out again.
I think that weather plane, not only can it refuel off of Air Force assets, it can refuel off of Navy and Marine Corps assets.
Oh, cool.
Because the Air Force has one way of refueling, and the Navy has another way of refueling. Air Force planes are innies. Navy and Marine aircraft are outies. Something like that.
And I was going to say, when they go through it, they make a triangle through the storm, basically almost a diamond, but through the middle of the storm.
I think that weather reconnaissance plane, I'm not sure, but I believe it can refuel from either one, innies or outies. So.
Oh, that's cool, Ace. He said he had a friend that was a navigator for a C-130.
That was awesome.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, that joker can take off from about 2 football fields. Not even that.
Well, basically, that's a turbofan of the turboprop C3 Hercules, isn't it?
Mm-mm. Not that I'm aware of, but
because I think
they use Rolls-Royce turbofan engines.
Yeah, but I think it's still the same airframe of the
turboprop
C3 that they used in Delta Force that had a turboprop.
They've all had turboprops.
Yeah, but the turbofans don't have the propellers exposed. They're inside.
Right. A turbofan is a jet engine.
Yeah.
A turboprop is a jet engine running a propeller.
Yeah.
So the propeller is actually part of the compression system.
No.
No?
The jet engine provides the power that runs the propeller.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. That seems kind of
backwards.
Yeah.
No, because you can use a very small jet engine to run a very large propeller.
Okay, I see the advantage now. Yeah, you've got a great big air screw there off of a tiny jet. Yeah, okay.
The military uses jet engines for a lot of very
weird reasons.
Applications. Like they'll have pumps on Navy ships for pumping water that run on jet engines.
Just because those jet engines can probably pump out a whole lot of water.
It'll move a lot of water. But the main reason they do it,
a lot of RPMs there.
A lot of RPMs, but the other reason they do it is usually has to do with carrying one type of fuel.
Oh, okay.
Because a lot of the Navy ships run on jet turbine engines, like all your Ollie Burke class destroyers are actually, they're running the propellers underneath the ship off of the jet engine.
Ah.
So,
Isn't there a couple of places that use jet engines to de-ice runways?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Soviets even used jet engines for decontaminating aircraft in chemical environments. If you get in a chemical warfare environment.
Yeah, set the buggers on fire, they're decontaminated. Yeah.
No, they use the jet engine to spray the decontaminant onto the aircraft.
That's one hell of a fuel additive.
It's one heck of a steam cleaner, let me tell you.
Yeah.
No wonder Siberia is melting.
What happens at Chernobyl? Oh, man, come on.
That was a completely different. That was a meltdown, not just melting.
Yeah, that was a meltdown and a tidal wave at the same time. That's what that was.
Okay, let me see what I'm looking. I just got Weather Channel just posted something about Ida. Nothing new. So officially Category 3 storm, 115 miles an hour, and apparently it's heading straight toward Baton Rouge.
Well, everything except straight towards Baton Rouge is something we already knew. Thanks to Josh. Ta-da!
Our weather guru.
It's wobbling. So
Well, you can tell when the Weather Channel's it's getting serious about a hurricane,
there we go.
because usually Stephanie Abrams doesn't have time to put on makeup.
Yeah. Okay. What is the range of still open Waffle Houses? That will tell me how serious things are.
Yeah, that is.
Oh,
Very
I guarantee you there are plenty of them open there.
I
They'll
wonder
stay.
if they have a way if you could pull that up on their website.
The
Oh, I'm
Waffle
sure.
House Index, yeah, that is a real thing. Yeah.
That is
That
a real
is.
thing. Let's see. I could go to Wikipedia to find it, or weather or AccuWeather. Trying to
Or
find
you could probably go to Waffle House.
Just go Waffle House and place
I'm
an order.
curious if they actually have it on their own website.
They
Yeah.
should.
They
Yeah,
really
just-
need to.
Just
I'm
place an
looking
order.
it up on I'm looking it up on Wikipedia to see if they've got a link to it. Apparently, no, they do not.
Just go Waffle House and hit place an order. New Orleans.
Well, wait a minute. Here, let's see. Is a informal metric named after Waffle House restaurant chain was used by former administrator Craig Fugit of the Federal Emergency Management Agency to determine the effect of a storm and the likely scale of assistance required for disaster recovery.
So
I wonder if you
FEMA
go to-
might actually have it on their
I was
website.
wondering if you go to FEMA if they've got it.
They probably had it. I don't know if they still do, but that
All
would
I
be
know-
awesome.
They have
All I
three-
know is if the Waffle House is closed, y'all in some deep shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
They have 3 levels. They have green, meaning the restaurant has power and damage is limited or no damage at all. Yellow, limited menu, no power or only power from a generator or food supplies may be low. Red, the restaurant is closed, indicating severe damage or severe flooding.
This is the first time I've heard of this shit.
Oh man, no, really?
Yep.
Yeah.
This
You're from
has been going around
Alabama.
for decades. Yeah.
You're from Alabama. They should preach this in church. There should be like Baptists going, "Oh, the Waffle House Index." Okay.
Yeah, really.
Does it look like I
if
go
the
to
Waffle
church?
House is closed, you need to evacuate now.
No, I was talking about the green, red, and yellow stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm reading this on Wikipedia. So.
Well,
I wish there was a way we can get like a map of Waffle Houses that are open and closed.
That's what I'm looking for right now.
FEMA might have it if they're the ones that originally came up with this.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that was back when Fugit was running it, so that's.
Yeah, but there's a possibility it may still be up because bureaucracies, they're slow to change.
Well, they're slow to put it up for that matter.
yeah, I was about
This is true.
FEMA.gov, Hurricane Ida, learn more. Yep, FEMA is already telling everybody, get off the roads and shelter in place.
Oh, yeah, it's mandatory evacuation in New Orleans.
Yeah, really.
Well, no, they're stopping that. They don't want anybody on the bridge when that.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Ooh, that one bridge that goes all the way across the bay.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
The Ponce train?
Yep.
I would not cross that bugger in good weather.
Hey, let's go to New Orleans instead of Cabo.
You
Which
live
place?
dangerously.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Um,
which place are we rather likely to get shot?
Now listen, I have to go and visit my second daughter up near Hampton with the the bridge that suddenly turns into a tunnel in the middle of the bay.
oh yeah,
Those are
Chesapeake
fun.
Bay Bridge Tunnel.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
You be
like
you be driving along, the next thing you know, you're looking at fish out of the side of the window. No, they
Yeah.
don't have
Okay.
windows in the tunnel. That would be too weak. But
Okay, and just for the record, the Waffle House website does not have anything about the weather index. So,
oh, they missed a trick
Or
there.
store closings.
are they still open?
hey, there's an idea.
Yeah, look up
Waffle
Waffle
House
House.
Waffle House, New
location.
Orleans.
There is a map of Waffle House locations.
And you probably will have the red, yellow, green.
See here. Well, the only problem is they're showing me all the ones right here around Ringgold.
Mm-hmm.
Well, none of those are closed yet.
I've got one Waffle House that is like close to my house, but it's temporarily closed. I'm wondering what disasters up here is causing it to temporarily close.
COVID.
They ran out of eggs.
Either that, or they're thinking about building a new one in a better location.
It's been bought out by a Dollar General.
Yeah, they're waiting for the They're waiting for the Dollar General store to close. Thing.
Oh, have y'all seen the It's a Southern thing about the Dollar Generals?
What?
What?
Yes.
Hey, I was about to say,
That's
I've
hilarious.
heard them jokes all the time.
There's now a law in Georgia. You have to have one every 50 feet.
Oh my God. Yeah, okay. North of the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, you've got Slidell, Louisiana.
Yeah.
Katrina, it basically wiped it out last time.
No, it's still there. It's just
Well,
It got rebuilt.
It probably leveled some land.
okay. And it has 4 Waffle Houses in like a 4 square mile area. Now, when you go across the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge down to NOLA, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 right there in Louisiana, right there in New Orleans.
How many of those?
It doesn't say actually.
No, you gonna have to click on one.
It just shows menu. Oh.
You're gonna have to make an order. Just don't complete.
I'm not driving all that way for waffles. Okay.
Just don't make it complete the order.
Oh, just make it hash browns. They'll deliver.
Apparently they are all very optimistic that they're going to be open for breakfast.
All right, there you go.
Optimism is a wonderful thing.
Yes.
Until it's not.
Of course, the Waffle House. It's the Waffle House. They probably don't know there's a hurricane coming because they've been the same jukebox music for the last 12 hours.
I was about to say, if it's like the Waffle House here, yeah.
Sure is windy in the parking lot. Yeah.
We have to have police up here at the Waffle House. And inside.
I can remember my sister. She lives up in Franklin, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
And she took me by the Waffle House. Apparently, there's a local Waffle House up there. And she had to show this off. This is where all the country music singers go to get breakfast and stuff like that at the local Waffle House. If you go in there, you'd be, you run into Blake Shelton and stuff like that at this one Waffle House.
Cool.
That's good to know. It's exactly why I want to go to Waffle House, to try and get autographs. You know, apparently me and her have different definitions of what's going on at Waffle House. She wants to meet country music singers. I'm trying to get over a hangover. You know,
You really?
I'm trying to get sober.
You need an omelet and a pork chop and
no omelets when I'm hungover. I get the Bacon Lovers BLT,
Yes.
a big bowl of Uncle Bert's chili, and the hash browns of everything on it.
Hash browns, everything. Yes.
Smothered, covered, chunked, and whatever, you know, mutilated. You know,
sprayed with a flamethrower and
yes, as many
served with a birthday candle.
I want jalapenos,
yes, I was just about
and just everything.
I was about to say as many jalapenos you can put on it. Wake me up.
Yeah, that's my get sober food right there.
And a side of buffalo.
Hey, buffalo is really good, by the way.
Yeah, but you got to really. It's delicate. If you overcook it, it's going to be.
Oh, it'll dry out quick.
Oh yeah. You've got to really have a delicate touch on that. Slow cook on low heat. Yep.
But that's why I'm glad I got that smoker. Real easy to cook it on that smoker.
Yep. I need to order me some buffalo steaks here in the near future, and venison. I need to get some venison. I gotta find me some ground.
Me and you both.
Nobody's hunting. That's the problem. Normally, I got buddies saying, "Hey, do you want some venison?"
Hey, I got cousins up in Kentucky that are hunting right and left. Of course, you got to make friends with her before she can send you something. But as soon as she decides you're safe, you know.
I'll see. When I get up to Gatlinburg next month, I'll see if I can find one of them places up there that sells all this stuff.
Josh, there has been some discussion about having a Hallowcon chili cook-off.
Sounds good.
You motherfuckers gonna make me bring a crock pot.
That would be pretty epic. Is that part of the feast?
Dan, if
this would be a side thing.
Dan, bring your stuff. I'll bring you a crock pot. My mom's one of those Baptist church ladies. She has like 15 crock pots at her house. I just kid you. I've got 3 of them here just because she ain't got no place to put them in her house. Like I said, there's a closet over there that if you open that closet door, there's a real possibility that you will get killed in an avalanche of crock pots. I kid you not. Heart to Jesus. Okay. There's a very real possibility. If you open that door too fast, you'll get banged in the skull with a crock pot.
That's that Sunday eating.
What kind of grocery stores they got in Dalton?
Yeah, I was about to say we have to know that.
There is Food City.
I believe they got a Kroger, a Piggly Wiggly, a Food City, a Food Lion.
We gotta have equal foods here.
There's a Walmart there. There's an Aldi.
Right, no, hell no on both of them.
What?
Walmart and Aldi.
Beans.
Chatsworth has.
No, I'm talking about meat.
Has an Ingalls.
I'll bring the damn meat. I don't.
Ringgold has an Ringgold
Ringgold
has an Ingalls and a Food Lion right next to the interstate, within 2 blocks of the interstate.
There is a food line within 2 miles of the hotel.
Yeah.
All right, Dan. Food Line. If I'm able to make it, Food Line is meat.
You gonna make this a personal challenge?
We'll sit up all night and cook chili. I don't give a shit.
Sit up all night. We might sit down all night.
Well, yeah.
Hey,
we might.
Who puts bourbon in their chili? Real quick question. I
don't know.
And the reason I say that is there's a pretty good liquor store right there next to the place.
Somebody that likes bourbon, I guess.
Oh my gosh. I did not realize that there's the Food Line right there.
Yeah, I told you it's within 2 miles of the hotel.
You noticed how we didn't answer that, didn't
Let's see what else we got. I put grocery store and hospital start showing. There's the Kroger.
Yeah,
Well, I'm glad there's a hospital close.
they know we're going to be cooking chili. That's why the hospital showed
There's
up.
the United Grocery Outlet, which
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Somebody's
There's one of the little Mexican
It
grocery
sounds like
stores.
a church, actually.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was about to say
Cheap.
that.
I've never heard of that one. Let's see.
All right. Do a search for Our Lady of Perpetual Motion.
Yeah, we might need to go to church for it.
We might need to go afterwards.
Yeah.
Forgive me, Mother, for I have cooked.
Well,
Yeah.
there are several churches in the area.
Nah,
I mean, it's the South. You're always going to find the church somewhere.
Our Lady of Perpetual Motion is up in Canada. It's in Ontario.
Ah.
And apparently
Wow.
they're closed on Sundays. Figure that one out.
They're
We ain't
Seventh
got.
Adventists.
Yeah, we ain't got no Baptist church down there.
Oh, we
there.
got more Baptist
but-
churches than we know what to do with.
Yeah.
We
There-
got
there's
Baptist
many-
churches that go to Baptist churches.
Yeah.
Well, we can go drink there. So.
Well, no, we got to
We
wait till
drank
after,
before, yeah.
after somebody says amen. Hey, I waited.
What was that?
Hey, man.
What was that joke about? They're at the funeral, says what something, and you hear somebody pops a beer. Everybody looks at him and goes, "What?"
I waited till he said amen.
Oh, I've done said it. Once I pass away, it's gonna. I got a keg. I want a keg at my damn funeral.
So you're
I'm
saying
gonna
we need
get-
a Baptist church of the unreformed?
Yes,
Hey, I'm going to get cremated, but I'm going to have a coffin there anyway.
I'm
It's gonna
getting
be full of- It's
cremated.
going to be full of ice and beer. Okay, that's
I'm getting cremated.
Yeah, and somebody's going to be sitting there with a music box going, do-do, 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 and playing Pop Goes the Weasel, and everybody's going to be looking, waiting on you to come out.
processors. Oh, there is one in Dalton.
There is one.
There is a Dalton Meat Packaging.
Oh, here we go now.
There you go.
Well, there's a fairly large hunting element within the area.
Yeah. Well, heck, there's a gun range right next door and in State Park.
All right,
Yes,
John.
John's Mountains.
John, you could.
Wait a minute.
Whoa,
The
who?
gun range borders on a state park.
Yeah,
Yeah.
John's Mountain.
they have John's. Yeah, they do hunts up there.
No, I was just thinking,
How's that
the
legal?
backstop for the gun range should not be pointed towards the state park because
Oh no,
some people can't hit the backstop.
It's adjacent to it.
it is adjacent to. It's on one side of the mountain range, and then the park goes over the top of the range, and yeah, they do deer hunting up there though.
While y'all are talking about that, what is y'all's gun laws over there? Y'all open carry or?
I'll give you a hint. Yeehaw.
Okay,
Yeah, okay.
that's all I need to know.
They're not
Yeah,
too big. Let's put it this way:
I
if I go to
don't
Ingles,
think you're going to have to worry about anybody at Hallowcon, but
if I go to Ingles grocery store, chances are I'll see 2 or 3 people packing heat, open carry. So no.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're open carry over here.
If you just happen to own an M1 Abrams, you can pretty much drive it
Roll
to the
I don't own
Wendy's
one,
park.
but I know where I can borrow one.
I can borrow Emrat right now. Would y'all like to drive? Would y'all like me to drive that over there? That'd take a lot of damn.
No.
That'd
hate to
take
say
a
this,
lot of gas.
An MRAP is an uncomfortable ride. And
That would
seats
take a
suck.
lot of gas too. Diesel when
They
they
put
refer
those
to.
seats that are designed to absorb blast. Those things are so damn uncomfortable. It's
hey, Dan,
like
Yes.
riding a toilet seat.
do you remember the movie Duel with Earl or James Weaver?
Dennis Hopper.
Dennis Weaver.
Dennis Weaver.
Dennis Weaver.
Yeah.
It would have been better with Dennis Hopper.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Dennis Hopper would have been driving the truck.
Yeah.
But there you go.
But you remember the actual truck?
It was a,
Peterbilt, wasn't it?
I think
Joe,
so. Yeah, it started to say white Freightliner, but I knew that was wrong.
Joe actually knows the guy that owns that truck, but it gets about 2 miles per gallon. If Joe could afford the damn fuel for it, he would bring him to Hallowcon.
Chris, you cooking chili?
I might
No, there ain't no mites about this shit now.
I might have an extra crock pot myself.
You said you had 15.
I don't have 15.
No, I've got access.
Yeah, that's right. That's John. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
John, you cooking chili?
I could. Strange enough, I've got everything except venison. So that's.
Well, we're just gonna have to do hamburger meat, I guess.
Well, now I will say one thing about the Ingalls here in Ringgold. They make their own in-house sausage.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
See if you can pull up the Ingalls in Chatsworth, Georgia, because it's one of the newer stores. It's one of the nicest ones you'll ever see.
I wouldn't know what to do in a nice Ingalls.
Wait, there's such thing as a nice Ingalls?
Hey, wait.
So, I don't have
the one in Athens is really nice compared to the Kroger. They keep the PA turned down low so you can actually hear yourself think while you're trying to walk around and get.
Wait a minute.
Get
My Ingalls, the Ingalls in Ringgold plays nice '80s music, so I'm not complaining. They closed the Ingalls in Tunnel Hill and moved all the employees to the other stores. No, I mean,
oh my goodness!
We have a late night.
Get him in here. Oh wait.
Welcome, Nicholas.
Hang on a minute. Before I do the Ingalls thing,
I don't have we don't have Ingalls over here. So.
Let me send Nick a link here real quick. Where's Nick? There he is. Nick.
Well, why you doing that? I got to switch up here.
Invite. Do the clipboard. Go to Facebook and tell Nick to get his big butt in a damn show. All right, there we go. All right, there.
Kiri, have you ever met Nick?
No.
Put your seatbelt on.
Yeah.
Fasten your seatbelt.
Oh boy.
You're in for a treat.
He is fun. He is absolutely fun, but he's one of those people that you worry that he's had a little bit too much caffeine.
Worried he's doing the same kind of drugs that Robin Williams was doing.
No, okay. Nick doesn't do drugs. He's high on life.
You can buy that if you want to.
Hey, I ain't giving him a RC Cola, I'll tell you that.
Hey, that is a nice looking Ingalls. Looks suspiciously like a
like every other Ingalls that's ever been made. Yeah.
No, I've got an ancient Ingalls.
Now the one, if you scroll just over just a little bit, you'll see the old Ingalls right next to it.
Yeah, hang on a minute.
It's right there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an empty building right now, but that's the old Ingalls right there.
I would love to buy.
They really need to knock out the connecting walls.
Like. Okay.
Yeah, it looks almost as ancient as the Ingalls where I used to live.
And we got a situation just like that. There was a CVS and the old Ingalls, and they built the new Ingalls right next to the old one.
Yeah.
And I keep going, why do you not knock out those connecting walls and just make one great big store?
Yeah, John, that Ingalls is closest to my house. The closest grocery store to my house.
I think I was there today.
Not that one, the one you just showed.
Oh, okay. So you're down near Chatsworth?
Yep. I'm in Chatsworth.
Oh, that explains a lot. Okay.
Yeah, that explains a lot.
Yeah. That's my Ingalls.
It looks like they freshened it up a little bit.
They've done a little bit of cleaning, yeah.
Well, the parking lot is nice and spacious.
What's funny is, okay, let me show you all this. That was the Revco long ago. Yeah. And they've closed everything. But here's let me see if I can show you all this real quick.
There's a drag strip.
No. Oh wait. No, there's the bank. There's this big empty lot that they've got up here, and I would, if I won the lottery, I would buy that piece of property, buy Ingles, build a new Ingles here, and do something with this building.
Turned it into a liquor store.
Big giant liquor. Actually, you remember I was telling you about that idea I had about doing an RV park?
Mm-hmm.
That might be it.
Yeah.
Start selling RVs.
We have a visitor.
You could put a bowling alley in there too.
Oops, disappeared.
Oh. Let me guess, Nick's internet ain't working so well.
Come on, Nick.
The Trenton, Georgia Angles. Oh, no.
Yeah,
Well, I've heard it. I've heard of Trenton, New Jersey, but I've never heard of Trenton, Georgia.
It's kind of famous.
Baby.
Oh, that's not the murder. No, that's a murder Kroger. Excuse me. That's in Atlanta.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's in Ingles. There's a vape store right next door.
Josh.
Oh.
Yes, I'm back. My phone was going dead. I had to change my headset.
That's fine.
We all have our own little cross to bear.
So is Nick coming back, or
don't
he
has that it was Nick.
He has that flaky internet. I did send him a link. But.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, if everything works, then everything works. Resend the link, John. How about if I do this right here and see if it's still, it's still there.
It should be the same link, Nick. We haven't changed up anything.
I mean, this time of night, how many trolls are awake? Don't answer that.
Oh, boy.
You mean not including Nick?
Nick's not a troll. He's a manatee.
Apparently, my fan club on Twitch has gone to bed.
Oh, I heard a boop.
I see a boop.
Oh, there we go.
How
are you?
Tea.
I took my day off for my birthday and had a decent time. And then I saw the COVID numbers. So, yikes. So, how are you guys doing? Everybody
Happy birthday, Nick.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Yeah, appreciate that.
It would have been yesterday, but,
I do that. It's not the next day till dawn. I worked way too many midnights where, I had a 14-day week because, you have like Tuesday and then you have the intas, like, oh, what you doing? I'll be working Tuesday into Wednesday, because everybody thinks in the day shift and you work midnights, you get those intas, and it's the only way to stay sane is to have like a messed up split that calendar down the middle. Of course, they want to try to schedule me 24 hours a shift because they love me. They love me. I could take a punch like it was nobody's business. How you guys doing?
Doing
We're
good,
getting by. We're getting by. Say hello to Kerry up here. He's becoming one of our regulars, actually.
Yeah.
I love the synthwave VTube energy you got going. I absolutely love it.
Thank you.
But yeah, this is very groovy, very groovy. And yes, I've been bringing groovy back since before it left. It happens. Hi, Chris.
Hey, I finally see Chris's face.
Yep.
But
it's me.
Yeah,
I had to try and tame the cats getting a little rambunctious. So.
Oh, those were yours. We were hearing.
Yeah, I was constantly. I thought they'd finally shut up, and then I'd unmute the mic, and then they'd start again, and then I'd mute it again. And
they sound so cute.
Oh, we don't mind. We're used to it. I don't have cats. I rent the neighbor cats. I leave tuna and stuff out for them. They eat the mice around the outside of my house, and I don't have to do any litter box or vet checks. It's just easier that way.
Hey, that's smart.
Yeah, it gets me by. But yeah,
It's a symbiotic relationship.
Mm-hmm.
see, I'm allergic to them. I like cats, don't get me wrong,
Oh yeah.
but I am like horribly allergic to them. You see, is that going to show up? I ordered new plastic to make a sword, and it came out a little too wobbly, but I'm going to try it anyway. And, if I'm awake, my son's asleep. I got to try to work on whatever project I have
Yeah.
going
You
because
got a wobbly sword.
oh yeah. Well,
Well, no. Nick makes stuff that you can actually fight with without killing people.
Yeah.
right.
Oh,
And
okay.
people get too expensive. Like this is one of my favorite swords ever. It's a little short. It's based on a colonial Spanish sword called the
Yeah.
Bilbo, which is probably where our boy Tolkien got the name. But
He was more concerned with Viking sort of stuff, but yeah, it could be.
well,
That's
it's a
Spanish sword,
notoriously
though.
yep. This is a Spanish cup hilt. It's a design for a light infantry sword. I happen to like them because, well, I like the Spanish fencing styles. Has
Is that a
nothing to do with
28-inch blade?
Oh no, this is only a 24. This is a little tiny
Oh,
guy.
okay, yeah.
That's an indoor use sword, Like but they don't
That's
like
an
to
up
make
close and
trainers.
personal.
It's the only way I rock, I want to be able to say hi when I'm saying hi, And
Yeah.
but they don't make trainers of it, so I make my own trainers out of all sorts of stuff. Like I make PVC simple trainers just to work people through basic motions and stuff. And I buy and review swords. So like I have a ton. Whoop, there goes the sheath. Happy little katana. I have a ton of assorted weaponry and trainers around me, pretty much at all times. Because on my live show on Fridays, I answer questions for people who want to learn how to sword fight. So I've given up like leaving my props in the garage. I always end up like, okay, now here's a nice little tomahawk. This isn't my smallest tomahawk, but it works. It's a good thrower. And then I can answer questions, and it's good. It's a lot of fun, and I like helping people.
Am I drunk or is your stone wall wiggly?
Oh, it is incredibly wiggly. You see,
No.
I can.
Lydia is doing that.
It's wiggly and soft.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. You see, I have a very big bunch of junk behind me, and YouTube hates me with a passion. So, like, where other people can have like a book or something in the background, I got a copyright strike for a tapestry somebody like cross stitched off of a painting from the Middle Ages.
Oh,
So,
Lord.
and that I got that years ago, and it still comes up every so often. They remind me, you've got one, you need to be careful. And I'm like, ah. But they'll let me do something like this and say, yeah, I got the right hand of doom for my birthday. This is fine. But God forbid I have an old tapestry I got at a yard sale in the background. I might be ripping off like Michelangelo or something, But yeah, so I always am fidgeting with things when I can't sleep, and anybody who's worked midnights knows you do it enough and it breaks your sleep schedule. So all it takes is looking at something wrong and you're up. And
38 years of swing shift. I know exactly where you're coming from.
Yeah, that's ugly.
Shit,
Well,
it didn't take but 10 years for me. It broke my sleep.
Well, I had the worst problems adjusting to daytime only. Once I got off a swing shift, it's like I'd wake up at 3 in the morning and get dressed and leave for work. I didn't have to be there till 7.
Right, but if you've worked, those 3 to 11s, and like the flip side 3 to 11s. See, I worked.
I used to work 4 to 6.
Yep.
Ooh.
I worked 7 to 3, 3 to 11, 11 to 7, and then we went to 7 to 7.
See,
my father described it better than anyone I've ever run across yet. If you work third shift, it seems like it takes all day for you to get any rest, and you still don't get any rest.
Nope.
Yep. The only thing that I was happy about when we were working 3 8-hour shifts was the fact that you were too tired to go out and spend any damn money.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You got your paycheck and it stayed in the bank for a month before you went out and got groceries because you were too tired to leave.
I'd still stop by and get me a 6-pack at least.
Well, yeah, but that was every Wednesday when we went to the liquor store to get cash from our paychecks.
grab a biscuit.
Yep. Coldest beer in Clark County. Let me tell you. You go in there, and he pulled the money out of the ice chest too. So you got cold hard cash and cold hard beer.
Chris, you wearing a Falcon shirt there, buddy?
Yes.
I hate to see my quarterback went down. AJ McCarron. I know he was going to win y'all a Super Bowl this year. A Bama boy.
We still got Mr. Ridley to help out with things.
Yeah, that's another Bama boy.
Yeah, I don't know. I had you in mind when I singled him out. I'm trying to show some props to you boys at Alabama.
Hey, we put them in there. Y'all just got to do something with them.
It'll help if we have a running game this year.
Yeah.
We had an offensive coordinator didn't know how to use the running back. Imagine that.
Which one was that? You ain't talking about Sark.
That was no, it wasn't him. It was
Quinn. No, that was the head coach.
No, Cotter.
Yeah,
Cutter. Yeah, Dirk Cutter. Sometime between when
welcome back. Sorry, I heard Cotter and it just ran through my head. I couldn't help it.
I don't know. I'm just sitting here going, maybe politics would be better.
No,
Kerry, in case you're not aware of it, Nick hosts a show called the Historic Fence.
Yeah, I was just about to ask about that. So
yeah. And
I believe I got the title right. Nick,
as wild and crazy as Nick is when he's relaxing with us, when he's on point on his show, it's very intense and it's even funnier.
Well, you got to keep this stuff going. Like, I mean,
how is Lydia?
Lydia is doing great. She is currently taking part of her vacation. She gets stored away while I redo my study. Lydia is my undead assistant. She's a Halloween prop I've had that every so often comes up and takes over. And one of the people who came out, like, I have puppets that attack me, and that's the planned stuff. I've had my background attack me. I've had the ceiling fan malfunction and hit me with things. I mean, this is normal because anything you take really seriously, you should be fully prepared to make fun of consistently. And I've spent the last 20 years teaching people how to sword fight, focusing on people with physical disabilities or mental trauma. So PTSD vets, rape and suicide survivors, folks who don't fit the normal model, would come to me and I teach them how to sword fight. And since it's such a dark, they come from such a serious, dark background and stuff, part of my goal is to not be, like, I understand it. I respect it and all. Yeah, sorry. My knife isn't out. It like rubs weird, but and bring it to like plain English stick figures and stuff, because you're learning to sword fight for some reason other than just practical, So yeah, that's what I do. Yeah.
Man, it's
Okay.
more personal. It's hand on hand. I mean, it's. Where are you from, Nick?
I grew up in Northwest
Oz.
Indiana. Pretty. Oh, represent. But
The Bulls all roll.
but yeah, I'm originally from Oregon. I grew up in Indiana, Northwest Indiana, and I now live. If you look for nowhere, out past that to the side in a little town that shouldn't exist is where I currently reside, surrounded by fields. The corn sharks aren't real, but we do actually have a dog park that does not have dogs allowed. Just to give you the kind of,
That's restrictive right there. Yeah.
In Indiana? Did you say
Yes, sir.
Indiana?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Don't
Out by
call me
Lafayette.
sir. Do not call me sir.
I see. I'm what. It's a rare thing, but I'm one of the last fellows who was raised
Brother,
up to be polite.
no,
You know?
brother, you probably older than me. So
By a week or two.
Maybe. I don't. Like I said, I don't know. I just like.
I'm 36. So
Okay. I just hit 40, but nah. Oh, look,
there you go.
I was
there.
going.
I told all y'all made me old.
I started.
We're not making you old. We're training you.
Learn the way of the gray man. See, they thought I was. They thought that's blending in. No, it's just rocking the gray. I seriously started going gray at 15 years old. Man.
Oh, I did too.
Oh, a late bloomer, huh?
Oh yeah. At shoot, on my 30th birthday, I got both carded for an R-rated movie and the senior discount at Denny's. They told me my son was my grandson. Oh, I got another one. I'm not even kidding. That's the thing. It ain't a joke. That's
Wow.
God's honest truth. Well, because I walk with a cane sometimes, and they see the gray hair. Because, like, in Michigan City, as soon as like people start to look gray, they start dyeing their faces like they're headlining in Las Vegas. I'm like, I've earned this stuff. As long as the hair wants to stay here, it can be whatever color it wants to be. Like, I mean, I'm losing a little bit on the Eastern Front up here, but that's okay too. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I can go you one. I can go you one better, Nick. I went to my little brother's first wedding. I was standing there talking to my mom. Somebody came up and asked us how long we'd been married.
Oh.
Mm.
Ooh.
My dad is standing across the room, and I go, well, while I'm very much in love with this lady, her husband is right over there, and please don't get me shot. Indiana wants me. I can't go back there.
I can't go back. No, I don't mind Indiana, but I can't stand spending too much time in the United Socialist State of Illinois. I'm sorry.
Oh, is that like the People's Republic of Quebec?
Yeah. PRC, the People's Republic of California, too. But
parlez-vous français?
Uh-huh. No, I will never forget. Not too long ago, because I live right by the Indiana-Illinois state line, and the nearest at the time it was Big R was across the border in Illinois. So I'm like, I just want to go look up at a 22 single shot pistol, right? This is about as single action 22 pistol is about as harmless a firearm as God has ever allowed to walk the face of the earth. It's primarily a threat to cans and maybe small varmints. They wouldn't
attack.
Yep.
Well,
don't tease them. Don't tease them. Just translate.
No. See, I was trying to talk them down. It's hard to explain. But no, see, the man's got to be careful what you pray for. You got to watch that phrasing. That's all I'm going to say. Watch the phrasing. Anyway, there we go. I got somebody. He who laughs last thinks slowest. But Anyway,
most
they're like,
carefully.
oh, that too. No, I went over there and I'm like, I just want to look because they got a new model of a little revolver. I can't let you touch that, sir. You don't have a FOID. You're out of state. I'm like, I can't check if I like the sights. No, sir, you're not allowed to touch it. If you want to buy an AR-15, AR-14, sure, go ahead. Right? But you can't. I'm like, what kind? Like, I work with special needs people. My son's special needs. Have you been diagnosed? Because
Okay, bub, you hold the pistol. I'll look through the sights.
yeah, all I want to know is what how the sight picture is. Is it nice or not? That's not. I won't buy it from here. No, I just wanted to look at the dang thing.
Really, I'll go to somebody in the mafia and buy what I want.
You're gonna get us all killed.
No, I'm a union member. It's okay.
Oh,
y'all have to buy 2 licenses up there, right?
Yeah, one to exist and another one to drive.
There's a hunting license and a concealed carry license if you're doing any of that. Now, right now, I'll be honest, my hands are so messed up and I've got the shakes, I wouldn't carry if I could. Because, like, I'd go to aim at one guy over here and take out his family over there. And I'll stick to sticks for now and sharp things because, they're a little shot. Bad things happen when you introduce motorcycles to trees in your youth at the wrong point and don't talk about it. And,
I don't know. I managed to climb about 6 or 8 feet with one.
You know what? I cracked 12 because we had a new neighbor who I didn't know was there, and I was a teenager, and she comes bouncing out in a bikini from a house that used to only have really old. That moment where, like, am I seeing this? Am I panting? Middle of the yard, right? Wah.
Whiskey throttle.
Right up the tree. I mean, just whomp.
Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Yes.
Yep. We went from snafu to foobar in a matter of apply.
8 feet.
yeah, the first 4 was fine, but when I felt that wheel going, I'm going, oh, this is not going to be. No, I do not.
This thing does not have enough power to climb a 60-foot pine tree.
No, no. I was going right up the side of a choke cherry tree.
That's even worse because you're going to break the tree. You're gonna get rained on by tree limbs.
Oh yeah, it was no. You know what? It was a dogwood. It wasn't the choke cherry. Come to think of it.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, because it could take it. No,
splinters in the ass.
Splinters. Yeah, catch you coming and going, but
really.
No, see, I don't regret any of it because life is meant to be lived, and I walk
and she
around.
was cute.
That thing to stick in a young man's mind. That's stuck in mine. I can only get away with this because my wife is stone cold to sleep right now, and
I join the club.
Apparently, cute was an understatement, Dan.
Excuse me. He had me a teenage girl in a bikini. I mean, I remember being a teenager. It was several centuries ago, but
well, you have to understand that Michigan City in Indiana is a very interesting place because it's right where like the corn-fed culture of Indiana bumps right into the remains of the Chicago suburbs culture, so you get strange things. And, so you'll get rap and polka on the same station. And I'm going to tell you, there's nothing more Michigan City than sitting at the Taco Bell waiting for noon to hit so you can hear, it's noon in Michigan City, folks. That means one thing, the polka hour. Oompa, 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 But they were due to the genetic blessings of that population. Many of the young ladies were built sort of like, you ever see icebreakers? You know, the ships that just plow right through.
Mhm.
That was a common design feature in the area I grew up in. Very
Zoftig.
Bottom heavy
oh no, top heavy.
or top heavy? Okay.
Yeah, a very statuesque is a nice way of putting it. You know, built like a brick house would be a little more accurate, but
Mm-hmm.
so yes, even at relatively young ages, it could be problematic for young men trying to stay out of trouble. There was a lot of trouble to be found. I was much safer running around in the woods and just avoiding people than then of course people find you. But no, and I am sorry, Dan. I know I'm coming off pretty soft and mellow tonight. Tonight's really one of my lower energy nights. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Chris. Abso-fraggin-lutely. You know,
Nick, you never disappoint. And
You know-
I really love it when you're in mellow.
oh yeah. See,
You
this
you hit that base point so seldomly.
well, I know.
It's such a nice contrast to absolutely 16 cups of espresso, Nick.
It is nice to just slide in quietly, in a very rational, normal fashion, lit up like a fluorescent dingo wrapped in a Hawaiian shirt. Just chatting and brightening up the evening, because guys, that's what it's about. We gotta have fun, and I mean,
Absolutely.
I've been getting in trouble because I got talked into running a game online. So Wednesday nights from 8:30 to I called it my noon to 8:30 to my noon. 8:30 to 12:30. I'm running an ongoing D&D campaign with something like that with some people who are foolish enough to not know what they got into, and it has been a colorful experience across
So
the board.
You're DMing for people that don't know you.
They did well. They saw me when I was I demoed originally the hybrids book. Where was it? Demoed this guy for them.
Oh yeah. Jody McPhee was flashing the cover up on his show earlier tonight. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I told myself I wasn't going to work during my vacation. So
you lied.
Well, so I've only I'm on this show and barely hitting the comments instead of writing a book on one screen while I'm talking to the others, waiting for Xander to get up and all that. But yeah, it's good, and I'm babbling like an idiot. I can feel it just start rolling on, but I guess it's that time of year.
How's Xander been?
Ups and downs. He's doing a bit better than he was.
That's
It's
normal,
just,
but is he holding it together?
He's better in some ways. He's having some challenges. We've had 115 degree kind of consistent heat indexes. 105, and
nobody
you can
really acts good to that.
So it's a little off-putting because Xander's he's taller than his mom, so he's about 5'4" now at 12 years old, and because of his disability, he functions like he's a 9-year-old mentality in a 15-year-old body, basically. Because he's going to be very, very tall. So it's been kind of rough. We were just starting to get out and start doing things more, as the COVID numbers dropped and this Delta stuff. I'm not sure. I may have to cancel the con I was going to go to because our numbers are. Dan Patch Day. It's a festival south of here in a town called Oxford where they celebrate some racehorse, and we had planned to actually do an outdoor booth and start selling books and stuff again. First time out doing something like that in 2 years. And I'm watching the numbers because all the college kids came back to Purdue. And when all the college kids come back to Purdue, they bring all the stuff with them,
Oh yeah, everything. Yeah.
So you're
I
close
don't know.
to Purdue?
Yeah. I'm only about 45 minutes away from Purdue.
Yeah.
So, it has its benefits. It's a neat area to be in.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes of the year it is an absolute nightmare. And this time of year when it's, it's finally mellowing down, but when you have all the people, sending their babies off to college and all the new, fresh on their own college freshman types who are.
And none of them know how to drive.
No one knows how to drive in Lafayette.
And they probably bathe and wash their hands infrequently.
Hey, they can't drive on our campus down here.
Well, and that's part of the college experience, It's just, it's
thankfully, here in Georgia, we have a training ground for college students to drive on. It's called 285.
That's survival.
That's not a baptism. That is not a baptismal by fire. That's a baptismal by napalm, and it ain't fair, y'all.
Well, I was about to say, Dan, we got 2059 down here, so.
Hell, I remember 285 when it was fun.
Dan, that's called survival of the fittest.
No, that's called survival of the fastest.
Yeah, get the hell out the way.
If you can't drive fast, you're not fit to survive.
Get the hell out the way.
And I used to do that on a motorcycle.
But there ain't no way in hell.
Well, I used to walk around downtown Atlanta about 7:45, 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
You, sir, are a
good
fool.
Luck. Yeah, good luck. Ain't no way I'll do it now.
I ain't doing that without a fully loaded machine gun and a bazooka.
That's what time my classes let out at Georgia State.
How many years ago was that?
91 and 92.
30 years ago.
Okay, so just a machine gun. You didn't need the bazooka.
But it still wasn't no place for the faint of heart.
No.
My great aunt told me, and her daughter told me, that I walked where angels feared to tread.
Yeah, otherwise known as Atlanta. Yeah.
Downtown Atlanta at that.
Oh, Lord.
You ever look back on yourself and go, dude, how are you still here?
Yeah.
Every day.
I owe it all to the multiverse, because every time I actually died, I transferred timelines.
You're the reason. That's why the Berenstein Bears quit spelling the name the way they used to. I see how it is. It's all you. That's how we got.
I'm about 8 timelines sideways of where I was born. So
I remember walking.
Sorry, guys.
The street at 2 a.m. in the morning and noticing how much broken glass was on the sidewalks.
Oh. I woke up behind the bar one night and didn't have a vehicle, didn't have my shoes, didn't have my phone. Had to walk 5 miles to my house.
Now, point of order. Did you have those things before you went to sleep behind the bar?
Yes, I did.
Well, somebody took them.
I still have my wallet. Everything else, so I didn't get robbed.
Now, see, first off, I'm a teetotaler, and it's not. My family has a massive allergy. To the folks who don't know, it's a severe medical condition where my whole family we get around alcohol and we break out in handcuffs.
Well, you and me both.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I love getting to drop that line on a new person. It's like that's like
You
the
and me
highlight
both.
of my day.
You
So
and me both.
you know,
I've been shackled up about 5 times there, bud.
oh no. See, my family has. That's why I don't
Oh,
have
no.
to say hi. My name is. You know what I mean? I don't need to introduce myself too much these days. I mean, except on here. But you know, I don't have to say hi. My name is. Yeah, hi everybody. No, but
This
I
be
have slept my fair share in the legs of pool tables. You know, the double leg pool tables. I have woken up more than a few times, curled up inside the hollow in one of those legs. You know, last man standing, first man awakened situations. And, you know, and
Where's my coffee?
you know,
yeah.
I was the guy with a car that was reliable, and you know, Sucker it's finally buffed off, but Sucker was written right across here. So I'd end up in places like Pershing Street on the south side of Chicago at 2 a.m. Or, you know, in a blues club just rocking out, and you look around, right? And you can kind of play Where's Waldo, you know?
What? That's where I woke up at. It was outside a
Yeah.
blues club. Grass was growed up over my fucking head. I woke up. I was like, "What the?"
What you
I
don't
couldn't
know
find.
is he's
I
a direct
couldn't find my
descendant
vehicle.
of the Rip Van
Rip Van
Winkle.
Winkle.
You know, what he's not telling you is he spent 50 years out behind that blues club, and that's why, you know, he's gone gray like the rest of us. We all did it at one point or another where we woke up. That's what, like, shoot, weren't the 80s yesterday? I remember music being good. Shoot.
I
You know?
remember the 60s, which just meant I
Good
didn't have
music.
enough fun in the 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, the horror is because I've been sober my whole life, I'm responsible for all the stupid shit I've done. I can't be like, man, no, it genuinely seemed like a good idea at the time. You know?
Yeah, but could you imagine what might have happened if you'd been drunk and what you really might have gotten yourself into?
Oh God, the bodies would have been stacked like cordwood, man. No. I mean,
The
like,
handcuffs would have been 4 layers thick.
shoot, I'd look like Hannibal Lecter these days, you know? No, I don't.
But, yeah, I'm about to say it ain't worth it.
No. Now, I have to admit, I am proud of my 127-mile-an-hour speeding ticket. I earned that fairly and justly. Not many people can pull that off in a Toyota Camry station wagon, but folks, I'm not saying I got there quick, but I got there and stayed there because I was more scared of my dad than I was the law. That might have been an error.
That's a sensible attitude right there. The police can only arrest you. Your dad can
Just
do
beat your
other
ass.
things.
Oh.
Especially since
there is
you
no
got a
lawyer with
tractor
your
and
dad.
68 acres of land to hide the body.
What model Toyota Camry was it?
I have no idea. It was something I acquired after I helped save a guy's life, and then he ended up going to jail for killing somebody.
That was one hell of a fool game.
No, there were cults involved. It was a mess. But, God, how many times do I have to say there were cults involved? God, I'm glad I live in the middle of nowhere and talk to nobody because it's a whole lot safer these days. Ain't that many cults. I don't got people. Yeah, well, I killed a dude to watch him die. Well, shit. So have 4 other people in the room. What are you talking about? They all hang out with me. So I don't know what that says about me, but, you know, either I'm really dumb, really crazy, or there's something else going on. Got a point, you know. I ain't bad. They're only
3 DUIs.
Okay. Hey.
And a couple other things, but
hey,
that was my younger years.
Hey,
I have been extraordinarily lucky. no matter how many times I actually earned one, I never got a single DUI. But I do know 47 different ways to hide a body.
Well, I do
Oh.
too, but it was like once they hit me with that first one, it was like it was like white on rice. I mean, they was man.
Oh yeah.
Dan,
Oh,
how
yeah.
many authors are on watch lists because they've researched stuff like that?
All of them.
I don't
All of
know.
them.
I don't know. But I know at least 17 writers who are on watch lists for having been in a serial killer chat room.
We
Which is
need to
where I
talk.
met my wife.
Dan, me and you need to talk about more about that. By the way,
Oh,
but
it's all in the public libraries. Let me tell you.
I got a feeling there's going to be a lot of stuff discussed at Hallowcon.
I feel bad that I won't be able to make it. I wanted to. I was all
I
geared
feel
up.
bad you won't be able to make it.
And,
I'm hoping I will make it, and
Well, you'll
There's-
know this
Nick-
week, won't you?
You'll
Yes,
know it
yeah.
within a week.
I'll know.
Yeah.
I'll know Friday. So.
Yeah. Nick, I hate it. I was so looking forward to meeting you in person. Maybe something can change. I don't know. Maybe she can reschedule the meeting for another time.
Well,
No.
she had to do some firing, so the scheduling's also a little colorful because apparently
Everybody don't want to work.
Let me ask you: have you ever, in all your life, of calling your boss and saying, "You know, I don't feel like coming in right now when I'm scheduled. I'll come in a couple hours later."
That sounds like where my wife works.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe I've ever pulled that one off successfully, but
the work ethic of this younger generation leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah.
And some of it ain't even the younger generation. Some of it's just older generation that's don't give a crap anymore.
I mean,
I don't know how that dropped. I don't know how that dropped.
It happens. It happens. I mean, I can't understand somebody because, like, I've done just about every Joe job ever, as in "Hello, my name is Joe," you know, and how you could you're getting 12 or something bucks an hour to come in and put books away and help people find books, fixed schedule days. You work the same schedule every week. You know, I would have busted some kneecaps back in the day. There have been times
That's right. You've been Conan the librarian, haven't you?
Yeah, I've done it. I spent 2 years as a librarian over here till I told them I could work this schedule. I signed on to work this schedule. Like, I have to take care of my son. Well, we need you to work this schedule. I have to take care of my son. I told you this. That was, I work this schedule. That's fine. I can't not work this schedule because Amanda's working that. Well, what are you going to do? Quit?
If necessary.
You know.
So you ended up quitting.
Yeah, I ended up quitting. But that's okay because I'm a full-time author or game designer now when I'm not, I am the hardest working unemployed man on the planet. I'm always doing something,
Yeah, but you're a really good dad.
Yep.
You're self-employed.
Yeah. Well, that was my
You're not
long-standing
unemployed.
thing. Because there have been times in my life where I was unemployed, but I think everybody's done cash jobs and done the whole. I don't have a job, but I guarantee I work harder than you do. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm not saying, but you'll find me doing this, that, and the other here, and this, that, and the other here, and things I should be getting paid for, but that sucker sticker keeps coming back on the middle of my forehead. You know?
It happens.
I got a grinder.
Ooh, but, hey, I think most of it's worn off at 40. I think that was part of my 40 birthday present is, that sucker's kind of...
Well, I was about to say, I'll be 37 this year, so yeah, that that sucker is wearing off
Wow.
me. So
Yeah.
mhm.
But no, I say that knowing full well there are any number of people who, if that phone rang right now, I'd be in the car. Because that's just who I am. I
Yep.
can't help it. It's not profitable, but it's the right
Yeah.
thing to do.
Oh goodness!
Oh.
I just realized I'm now a Beatles song. In November, I turned 64.
Oh.
I thought you were Eleanor Rigby.
Nice.
No.
Oh,
Dang!
motherfucker.
John, do you need some some aloe for that burn there, Dan? That was
Nope.
run the affected
Nope.
area under cold water. That was rough.
Married to Eleanor Rigby. I mean,
You're
How
not.
many?
I'm still
How-
performing for the benefit of Mr. Kite.
How many seconds can we play of that song?
None.
No.
Like I think
Believe
we've
me,
mentioned it too much
You
right
play
now.
2 notes, we get banned for life.
There's
Okay.
a C and D already written. They're just waiting to drop that cyst on us.
When I was stationed in Berlin,
Hey,
we had a
Jude.
lieutenant named Robinson, and Mr. Robinson had a wife that worked across the street at the PX. And I used to joke with Mrs. Robinson all the time about us being Simon and Garfunkel victims.
Oh god!
Oh, man.
God! It's funny. That's one of the few songs I can actually strangle out on a tin whistle, Scarborough Fair, because I was learning music and I was doing okay till I walked in with the music on a music teacher having intimate relations with a football coach, and then
Which
I
one
couldn't.
didn't?
And then you were on the fast track to college.
Oh,
Yes.
like I got a B on everything, and I'm like, "Can you help me?" And the woman couldn't look me in the eye. I wasn't concerned. I didn't care who was boffing who. Shoot. I was in high school. I'm like, I think you could do better, but yeah, a wise woman once said to me, "Any is plenty, but wetter is better." And you go get yourself some, hun. But no, so I've had to teach myself bits of music here and there, and that's like my weak spot. But
Be right back.
Dan's either going for beer or removing beer. This is the
Yeah.
He's doing
purification
both.
block.
Both. He's
Yeah.
doing both.
Most
Yeah.
likely.
Multitasking.
John, what was you saying? You were saying
When?
something
He
about
was
Victims of Beatles songs.
yeah.
No,
Simon and Garfunkel.
me and Mrs. Robinson being victims of Simon and Garfunkel.
Yeah.
And then when you mentioned Scarborough Fair, I was thinking about Stephen Bishop in the Stairway of Animal House.
Yep.
Fair.
No, that wasn't what he was singing.
Well,
No, it kind of.
No, he was singing that thing about I gave my love a cherry that had no stone. I
Yeah,
can't
the
remember the
chair.
name of the
No.
song. Yeah.
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 I
Well,
gave my love a chicken that had no bone.
it reminded me of Scarborough Fair.
You got 3 seconds. Only 3 seconds.
I gave my wife a wallet that had no cash. That's why she went and left me and dropped my ass.
Oh,
It's almost time to get in shape for the Christmas carols again. We Three Kings is stealing the gold. Anyway,
I actually am pretty fond of the Spinal Tap version of We Three Kings.
oh yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
You know, a while back, I've got it somewhere. I have to dig it out again. I've got a Peanuts, Charles Schultz Peanuts Halloween card.
Yeah.
Where Linus was singing Halloween carols
Wow.
for the Great Pumpkin, and they basically rewrote all the classic Christmas carols for Halloween. And I've got I'll have to dig it out and show y'all. I got a copy of it.
Nice.
Well, you need to bring that to the Hallowcon.
Hey,
Yeah.
Nick,
Yeah.
I do have, if for some reason things keep on and you're not able to attend Hallowcon, We may have internet connection where you could interact with any live streaming that we do there. So
Oh,
you may
see
get to
that?
be a part of it after all.
I would love to be involved. You know me. I'd love to help folks out. Bask in the glory of folks realizing just how awesome my furry butt is. You know, I don't believe a lick of that.
But that way you may get to participate from afar, and
I seriously
you know,
though,
that way you get to at least experience some of it.
I do appreciate it. I really do. It's one of those things are really nutty up here, and
I understand, and you got to take care of, the home life and what's going on in your world.
but
So,
I'm gonna get down for something. I'm gonna get down there for something. It might be next year. Who knows?
yep.
They got the lockdowns up there, and he might not
Yeah,
be able to come
they
back.
should. I hate to say it, they should have the lockdowns, and it's like
It-
I'm
it's
about.
they about. I know in Illinois they're about to start it. What tomorrow?
I went out for my birthday today. Oh yeah, today. And like I went down to Lafayette, did some shopping and stuff. But we're gonna go right back to ordering our stuff because it's just we're between like the whole Maryville, East Chicago, like crunch, and then it goes straight down the road to Lafayette, and we're right out in that region. So you get dumb, and it's just I avoid people. I avoid crowds as a rule anyway. You know,
Yeah.
I've seen bad things happen in crowds. I can't think of a time I've seen good things happen in crowds. You get more than a few people together, and it usually doesn't go terribly well.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, I've seen a. Oh, great! Now is a great time for aphasia to hit me.
it's okay. Hey, you're in good company. I have Doc syndrome. I'll reverse my words, back talk, sideways, stutter.
I was
But no, Doc.
I was actually there for a Chuck Berry concert. So yeah,
Oh.
No.
This is a whole different kind of crowd than what you talking about.
Now, yeah, I've been to a few.
No, we was talking about him coming down to Hallowcon and stuff.
Oh, convention crowds. Yeah,
Yes.
it can be not pleasant, but Hallowcon doesn't strike me as the kind of people that would apply to.
No.
No.
It's
I
not-
was talking about the
it's-
crowds up here. Like, since 2020 had people randomly turn stores into like it becomes Black Friday with no warning. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That somebody will say the wrong thing on the news, and they'll decide that, and it's stupid stuff. I've seen carts of condiments go by. There's gonna be a ketchup shortage. You better go buy all the ketchup. There's go be a toilet paper shortage. Go buy all the toilet paper. Go buy.
Well, toilet paper is sensible. If you think there's going to be a shortage, you need to own everything you can get a hold of.
Right.
But
And
it's also a stupid thing to think there's going to be a shortage unless you go and buy all the toilet paper and cause the shortage.
which is why you wait till there isn't a shortage and buy a whole bunch of toilet paper so that when there is a shortage, you don't need to worry.
Mhm.
It's almost like I grew up in Northwest Indiana where they'd shut everything down for a few days at a time because, we got 5 feet of snow and we need to decide what we're going to do with it for a bit. So, you're not
Make snow
going anywhere.
cones, clear the roads.
Grab the cones and get the rose.
Hey, yeah. We got a
Hey,
surplus of
we need some
vanilla
cones.
extract
We-
here.
We need some cones down here, by the way.
Yeah, really.
Not clearing the snow off the roads is what cost Richard Daley his mayorship of Chicago.
Yeah, yes, it did.
Mm.
That they did at one point.
That
And
broke the machine, at least temporarily.
Yeah, that and being owned by the
Nah,
mafia,
nah,
but
we got Beetlejuice up there now. But
Beetlejuice.
nah, my opinion on
That dog won't hunt.
my
I'm
opinion on
sorry.
my opinion
Hey,
on Chicago
I
is,
don't know nothing about Chicago, so
No, look,
excuse me making puns at inappropriate moments because that's what I do. I make
well,
inappropriate statements at inappropriate moments, and
bring up Lord Lightfoot.
I'd rather bring up Gordon Lightfoot. Believe me.
oh god, shoot.
You know, he was in
Now I
concert.
got the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald stuck in my head. Thank you,
Oh
Dave.
no! Sundown, sundown.
No.
Oh, don't go for that one. Go for Sundown. It's
No,
a
I got-
much nicer song.
I have a history with the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, so yeah, it just. I met a young lady at one point in my life at near Whitefish Bay where the Edmund Fitzgerald went down. So there's some really odd associations between that and hanging out off a side of a cliff in Canada looking at carvings of lake gods and crazy crap. I end up in these situations, and I say,
Yeah, but that's some impressive research there. You've actually seen those carvings.
yeah, they have had the sledge in Thunder Bay, Ontario.
Yeah.
And you put this big old nasty chain to your back and lean into it, so you're like propped because the ledge is only about this wide, and you scoot across till you get to it and you can look at it. But that was before cell phones had, was it almost before
Visual
cell phones,
photography.
but yeah, before they had phones. So I didn't really have the means to take the pictures, but it was cool. It was one of those misadventures I ended up on.
Yeah, nowadays you just rent a drone and do that.
No, not
click, 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 click.
Now they'll shoot the drone down.
Oh, not as a cliff face. No.
I didn't get a chance to attend, but Gordon Lightfoot was actually in Chattanooga for a concert at 80 years old. Wow.
Oh, Jesus. That would have been fun. That would have been so much fun. Because he had this huge catalog of stuff, and people only remember like 4 songs.
Yeah, but they're memorable songs. There's some people that.
Well, yeah, I mean they were the big 4.
Yeah.
From him, but he had an entire huge catalog of other stuff.
But I just think of all these one-hit wonders that we wish they had 4 songs that people remembered.
Yeah, I do go back and search through the one-hit wonders. There are a lot of things that the lightning struck once and you wonder why.
Mm-hmm.
And then there are other cases where the lightning struck once and you wonder why it didn't strike again.
Well, there's other times where they had another song and it was pretty good in your opinion, but fortunately most of the people didn't agree with it.
Yep.
It's sort of like Romeo Void, everybody remembers Never Say Never with that interesting sax playing in it, and then it was kind of a funky, upbeat, sexy, risque song, and then you had much slower, A Girl in Trouble as a temporary thing. But again, you had the image police didn't like the fact that the lead singer was a plus size gal. Didn't matter if she's plus size, she could sing her butt off.
That actually impacted oh crap, don't do this to me again.
Mama Cass? I'm sorry.
No.
Aretha?
70s.
Mama and Papa's.
Yes,
Queen,
Mama.
not Queen.
You talking about Heart with Ann
Heart.
Wilson?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. When Anne was no longer trying to diet herself or starve herself into being a skinny twig, but she still got the same damn voice.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
the woman can belt it out. I mean, seriously.
And she didn't really start putting on weight till the Brigade album anyway.
Well, no, she was fighting it the whole time.
Yeah.
She was born to be a plus size girl.
Yeah.
But
and she was still pretty. I don't care if she was plus.
Oh, she's goddamn gorgeous.
And her voice is second to none. And Nancy's a freaking knockout.
Oh, Nancy can tear a guitar up one side of the building and down the other without having to cross the ceiling.
Yeah.
I swear.
How many of the classic blues singers, I mean, are big black ladies? You know what I mean? You need a bit of resident singer. You know, I'm impressed with some of these little girls can belt out something that sounds like that, but you know, it takes. But then again, people get mad at me because I'm like, I like the way they sing now, but give them about 20 years and some, cigarette smoke to rough the voice a bit, and they'll sound right.
Yeah, and far too many pizzas so that they get the the gravity to go with the gravitas.
Well, Pat Benatar, I mean, she still looks.
Oh
great,
God, she's a little bitty bird.
But her that cigarette smoking's affected her voice because she can't hit the high notes the way she once could. And male singers that are like that, Don Dokken.
Well, I was about to say, give me
his net.
Give me some Muddy Waters.
Oh,
you demand.
Oh yeah, I remember what I was going to ask you, Nick. When you were in those blues clubs in Chicago, did Albert Collins happen to be in any of them?
That sounds familiar. I see. The problem with me is I'm terrible with names. And most of what I was listening to was instrumental, so I'm just like, I don't even know what I'm. Way too young, because again, the gray hair at 15 had benefits for getting me in places, especially when I'm like, yeah, I'm the designated driver. Give me a Diet Coke, because
Yep.
Okay, Nick. Do you remember the movie Adventures in Babysitting?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember when they're in the blues bar and that guitarist says, "Don't nobody leave here without singing the blues"?
Yes.
That's Albert Collins.
Yes.
Nobody gets that.
You remember Sam? You remember Sam Cooke?
Oh,
Buddy Guy.
Yep.
I seen Buddy Guy at Riverbend.
My man BB. I almost got to see BB King.
Yes, thank you.
BB King was right here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, buddy.
I wanted to see him so bad.
He's been all over the world. I swear.
That was the best concert I think I've ever seen. Lucille
can sing, but only BB is allowed to touch her string.
That's right.
Now, Kiri, I don't know if you understand these references, but
if not, write them down. It's stuff called music. They sometimes stop making it, and like people who know me on Facebook, at least I used to. I'd have the nights where before Dan would be doing these shows, I'd be up at this time of night, and I'd start listening to what I call night music. And old blues songs, old country, old jazz, that place where it all overlaps and it just sounds right. You have to ask yourself, does it sound right at 3 a.m. when you're by yourself thinking about everything you ever done wrong in your life? If it doesn't sound right, then don't mess with it. But
And me and Dan and Nick can talk till like 5 a.m. in the morning about this stuff.
I was going to say, if the music don't make you think about something,
Oh,
It ain't
Yeah.
worth shit.
who sang the ride? Was it Gary Allan Coe sang the ride
The
about
ride, the ride
David.
has,
David Allen
yeah,
Coe.
David Allan Coe?
yeah.
Like I said, I'm terrible with names. It kills
Oh
me.
no,
all the
that
time.
is one of the best songs
Yeah.
that
And
he
that-
ever did. But he has two songs that are not problematical.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
Now it's the ride and you never even called me by my name.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
Most of the rest of his repertoire
was nothing.
Oh yeah.
It's
They had
not
a little,
politically
and
correct.
it went for, yeah, I was about to say it was not.
it oh, says you. Ain't no fucking way, honey. Come here. Oh no. Most of the rest of the David Allen Coe stuff would have been
Oh yeah. Well,
uh,
see,
featured at Klan rallies, shall we say.
oh, I know, and it's like I separate. Like, okay, I grew up in the '80s listening to '60s and '70s music, into the '90s listening to whatever I found. I want to know as little about the people who make the music I listen to as humanly possible, because like some of I say I enjoy some of Michael Jackson's work. You know what I mean? Back in the day, like,
great songs.
messed
Yep.
up dude.
Songs. Yeah.
Bill Cosby's comedy tapes. Yeah, I'm that old. I'm referencing the
Yep.
Hey Noah bit.
I've got him on vinyl.
You know, they were hilarious.
Himself was one of the best comedy albums ever.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, did he turn out to be something of a sleaze bag?
Yeah.
Well,
You
yeah.
know,
Yeah.
and you know,
Of course he did.
I mean, I listened to, I listened to '70s rock, glam rock stuff. Man, those dudes were high as heck, doing things I would never, engage in or whatever. But I dug the jams, and
Oh yeah, yeah.
White Snake and AC/DC and
Hanoi
shoot,
Rocks.
yeah,
Which is the one that my wife gets pissed off about. And I can't even play a Doctor Who parody of that song. Oh bugger. This is gonna bother me.
it's okay.
It's not David Essex. It's
David Edmonds. Dave
What?
Edmonds.
No. He did this Rock and Roll Part 1, Rock and Roll Part 2.
Gary Glitter.
Gary Glitter, yes, and then he came out to be a child molester in Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and then I could never enjoy his stuff again, but people have adapted Rock and Roll Part 1 and 2 into a Doctor Who song, which is absolutely excellent. If you've ever heard of the oh, come on, Daniel, you know this stuff. It's right there. All you got to do is index your brain without using a trowel, please.
You'll get there, folks.
Was it called Doctor in the TARDIS?
That's it. Yes, indeed. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. The KLF.
Kiri is a big Doctor Who fan.
Awesome.
Well, so
Clearly
am
a
I.
person of quality.
Yes.
I'd
Yeah.
say a
Yeah,
man of culture, but I don't.
He got a kick out of that one.
Now
But-
that's one thing I've got to say that I can bring to Hallowcon. I have every existing Doctor Who episode that has ever been broadcast.
Wow.
I do not have the lost episodes, but I do have the screen caps and the reproductions, and a couple of the animated. So I'm hoping to get some of the rest of the animated, but it's hard to get a hold of
I was
at the moment. But
Dollar Tree And
I do have like
Who's.
I do have like 300 gigabytes of Doctor Who.
Wow.
On some Doctor Who DVDs that they're just like, I don't know, maybe half a season or something like that. But it was for $1.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh,
What did I? Oh, shoot. I can't remember. I found a couple things. I found Terra Nova at the Dollar Tree.
ooh, yeah, good
I
story.
love that. That's just a good series. One of those they had to cancel it because it was too expensive, and
Yeah.
it's really easy. If I enjoy a series, they're going to try to cancel it, and the more I enjoy it, the more they're going to try to cancel it. I've just learned this.
Yeah,
The original Battlestar Galactica series,
Yes.
Airwolf.
They're talking about rebooting Airwolf. That is in the works. I'm not sure if I'm happy about it, but
they better do it right. Otherwise, nobody's going to watch it. Well, somebody will watch it, but it won't be me.
Earth 2, remember that one?
that
Yes,
was
I do. Yes, I do.
Yeah,
that.
Nancy
Nancy
Brown.
Brown and
Yeah, I can see the
Deborah
John
Ferrantino.
Saxon.
the Terran. Oh no, what?
Deborah Ferrantino. She was
Oh
the
yes,
female lead, I think.
yes. No, I'm
then of course
still wigged
Space
out
Above
by-
and Beyond.
Now that
I love Space.
Oh. I'm sorry. When I was watching it, I called it Space of Bore and Neon. That was not being fair to it. It was good. It was just not my cup of tea.
Yeah.
And I admit I was being cruel.
it also
Okay.
took a while to get rolling.
Yeah.
Now, the Arlie Ermy bit in the beginning was the finest part of the whole series, except for the I'm not easy as eating pancakes. Yeah, see,
Harry Butts.
see I remember. But other than that, like I said, that okay.
No, they had the 2-part episode with Chiggy von Richthofen.
Yeah.
Yep.
The Angriest Angel.
Angel.
Yep.
That and
That
then
was a great
in
one.
space they say in space there is no sound. That's not true. In space, the only sound you can hear is the war cry of the United States Space Marine. God bless that. Just like oh, sorry.
That'd
like,
be more impressive if it wasn't fuck me.
Okay. Y'all may or may not remember this. What about Arc 2?
Arc 2 was pretty good.
Yes, it was. A lot of people tend to mix up their Land Rover craft with the Landmaster from Damnation Alley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was obviously two different designs if you looked at the photographs side by side.
Yeah.
Arc 2 was a very good production. It was.
Yeah.
It was.
Damnation Alley was like a bomber or a cargo plane body that was made mobile.
Well, actually, they built the damn thing just for the movie.
Mm.
See, you guys got me on. Oh.
And it still exists, but somebody's not taking care of it.
That's been rectified. Somebody has actually got it
and restored it,
and is restoring it. Well, it's in the process. The only problem is a lot of the old parts in it. They're having trouble finding replacements.
Yeah.
Well, you got to go to transfer truck junkyards to find the parts.
Yeah.
Y'all have a machine shop capable of reproducing them.
That was the point in the movie that everything was easily replaceable if you could find a dead transfer truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was back in the 1970s.
Yeah.
Well, so was I.
There's been a lot of stuff recycled.
And how well does your truck transfer these days, Dan? So,
that's two, John.
I sold my truck after I killed 3 deer with it. it wasn't worth rebuilding it again. Oh, that's the most beautiful machine. I mean, that rivals the USS Enterprise in my point of view right there. I want that truck.
Even though it wasn't a series,
I want one of Tesla's cyber trucks to come out of the back of it so I could go shopping. You know.
Nick, even though it wasn't a series, do you remember the TV movie The Big Bus?
Oh God.
Oh yeah. The atomic bus. Yes.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. See.
Hey, we will jog your memory about things that you wish you'd never remembered.
Because I'm already going back to Blake 7 so hard right now.
Oh, I have been trying to mention Blake 7 for 15 minutes.
Saturday night, you got
Blake 7.
Doctor Who, you got Blake 7, and you got Red Dwarf. That was what was that? The PBS Friday night lineup. Saturday night, one of them had it from 10 till 1.
I think it was Saturday, but I'm not positive.
And the only thing
it could have been Friday night.
Could make it better was if you had episodes of The Prisoner and Campion.
Oh, see, he's talking my weakness. I get in trouble. See, yes,
Art too.
I get you get me in trouble because I love Doctor Who and I love classic Doctor Who. I hit peak third, fourth, and fifth. But Peter Davison will never be the fifth Doctor in my mind. I'm sorry, I can't do it. He'll always be Albert Campion. He's that first. I'm sorry. It's
Then don't ever watch the classic All Creatures Great and Small.
I've seen it. And I love All Creatures Great and Small, don't get me wrong, but it's a matter of exposure. It's I can't watch the new Murder on the Orient Express because it's not David Suchet.
Yes. Yep.
There's just
I can't watch a remake of Death on the Nile because it's not Peter Ustinov.
Yeah,
I can understand that. Peter Ustinov was good, but it just David Suchet is one of those people who influenced me. Tom Baker.
Oh, he took over. He took over that character. He became the character in everybody's mind. It's like the version of Sherlock Holmes. Help me out here. You know the name I'm looking for.
Well,
the one.
See, this is a highly contested point because some people say it's Jeremy Irons. Jeremy Brett, sorry. And it depends which Doctor, because Sheldon. Oh God, I lost it. The one from the little 20-minute black and white Doctor.
Yes, the ones. I remember those as well.
Jeremy Brett was just so delightfully dark. He was such a sinister Holmes.
Okay. Do you know the Jeremy Brett Sherlock Holmes? Now you know the actual Sherlock Holmes that Stephanie Osborne writes her Sherlock Holmes books about.
Okay, I got you.
You can lock into that, and you can enjoy the way she writes Holmes because it is Jeremy Brett.
And you'll get that where one of the great discussions is who is your Dracula. Yeah, see, a lot of people go, well, that's Bela Lugosi, and then you get the Christopher Lee Hammer crowd going, excuse you? But Peter Cushing is the undisputable Helsing. There's no.
I think it's actually a toss up between Lugosi and Chris Lee. Chris Lee gets extra points for doing so many other
Oh yes.
roles.
Oh yes. And I tell people that because one of my favorite things to do is around Halloween or usually around my birthday, which I haven't gotten to do yet, but I have some time for this little time off, is to sit down and watch my Universal classics.
Mm.
You watch Lon Chaney's Wolfman. You watch Bela Lugosi's Dracula, and it's funny because it's been aped so many times and mocked. But when you're watching the real Bela Lugosi Dracula, you get that it hits. It's like it's still just like the
It's like it's brand new.
the delightful malice. I mean, he is just a grinning devil in that, and it's just so good. Although the Spanish version that was filmed, and I can't remember the actor's name, at the same time, because they would 12-hour shift, they'd film the English speaking Dracula to the that is
To
a
the
but
Spanish,
if you either speak Spanish or don't mind subtitles, and I'm so deaf I have subtitles turned on everything anyway. That's a great Dracula.
It is. The Spanish actor did such a good job. I mean, you swear.
Yeah. My mom was obsessed with Frank Langella's portrayal of Dracula.
That is a good choice.
Well, for a lady of a certain age, yes.
Absolutely.
And even though it's not the way Dracula was intended, George Hamilton as Dracula.
Love it for Black Chicken. Oh God, that's one of the funniest
first bite. Yeah.
Oh God. Oh, that's so funny. Well, yeah, but
Dracula Dead and Loving It. Yeah, that
Dracula Dead and Loving It might have been the peak for Leslie Nielsen. I think
No. Leslie Nielsen peaked with Forbidden Planet.
No, he did it with Airplane.
No. Airplane is a different kind of peak.
Yeah.
But I agree with what you're saying there. His serious career, Forbidden Planet does not get him enough love.
No.
Forbidden Planet, and then he was the Scarlet Pimpernel.
He was the Scarlet Pimpernel, and now there is a movie series, a book series
that is his peak as a serious actor.
Yeah. Oh, I'll give you that.
And then people discovered he could keep a straight face while reading stupid lines.
Oh God, George Hamilton, though, the irony of the man with the world's most famous tan at the time, playing Dracula. Oh God, I lost his name, but
what do you think of this? I think you should find yourself a nice Jewish girl.
Artie Johnson.
No.
This is going to sound stupid.
As long as we're talking about George, please do not forget Zorro the Gay Blade.
Oh, you can't forget Zorro the Gay Blade. That's just classic.
Oh,
yeah.
That's all. He was wearing a costume that was the shade of a plum. When I saw him, he was wearing this costume that was the shade of a banana. When I saw him, he was wearing that was the shade of a cherry. I'm starting to believe something here.
2 bits, 4 bits.
And the guy that played the
all for Zorro, stand up and say so.
Listen, I've had a really fun time chatting with you guys. I'm gonna hop off the call, but I'll still be in the chat room for a bit.
Sorry if we got too old on you. It's been a pleasure meeting you.
We've really gotten off the beaten curve here. But,
you're good. You're good. I've had a long birthday, so.
It's your birthday? Thank you.
You too.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
This is so weird. It's my birthday. Like, seriously, the 28th was my birthday too. So
yeah, that's my birthday as well.
Oh, well.
the universe.
Congratulations
We'll
to
talk
both
more
of you.
Your background alone tells me you're a person of great culture and interest, and we'll have way too much fun. I'm always grabbing new people. That's what I'm about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. NBC is reporting. NBC is reporting that Ida is now up to category 4.
I've noticed that.
Oh, good
130.
Lord.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm gonna get off of here for now for the night, but
Yeah.
I'll see you guys Thursday for your next
Thursday
show.
night, yes indeed, please do.
Take care.
Take care, you guys. Have a good
Yeah.
night.
Thank you.
You
Miss
too.
Chris,
Pleasure to have
happy
you here.
birthday again.
It's
Thank you, guys.
it's 4 in the morning, so I think I'm going to get off of here too.
That's a good Night Ranger song.
What, 4 in the morning, or I'm going to get off of here too?
Yeah, 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yo. Yeah.
Take care.
Wow. Night Ranger out of left field. Hello. Okay.
I couldn't resist, Nick. I'm a huge Night Ranger fan.
Take care, John.
Oh God.
You have a good one, Carrie.
You too. Take care,
Josh,
chat.
wait,
Take
do
care,
I call
everyone.
you Carrie or Josh?
Either one is fine.
Just,
Yeah.
I was
I'm
just getting off
using
my
Yeah.
lives.
name.
Yeah, I was
It's
just.
it's difficult when you have two Joshes in the room. So
Yeah.
we've been calling you Carrie because that is your screen name.
Mhm.
Yep.
So I
It's
hope
like-
you're not
Just for
offended.
clarification purposes.
Yeah.
Groovy.
Yep. Take it
Hey,
easy.
you
all
too.
right. Y'all have a good night. I'm going to get out of here too. Night, Nick.
Good night.
Thanks for showing up.
Night,
Thank you,
John.
Carrie, for showing up. And Dan, thank you for showing up for your own show, unlike some hosts that we know.
Thank
Did
you,
you
Dan.
just throw
Yeah.
shade at Lewis? Did you just throw? I went.
No,
that man-
no.
Yo.
Lewis has been working really hard. We're throwing
Lewis-
shade at
Lewis-
Joe Dog.
Lewis
He
has a
didn't
real
show up
job.
for his show.
Yeah, he did, but he called out an hour early.
Oh,
Only because he's been up since 5 a.m.
Yep, he's been working his ass off. So
I'll be merciful and not make. Does he need a blue pill to get through the show? But I won't make that joke. You can't make me make that joke. I won't say it.
no. He needs an everlasting gobstomper.
Plus, Joe got to experience Bucky's for the first time. And he about had a panic attack because there were so many people there.
There were more people there than are usually attending Dragon Con.
No, not even close.
They just opened up one in Calhoun, which is just south of Dalton.
Can you please allow me to exaggerate, John?
No,
I do it so well.
no. Right.
Yeah, they can't fit that many people on that plot of land in South Calhoun.
All right. I'll holler at y'all later.
Yep.
Night.
Take it easy,
Good
John.
night, folks.
Good
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night. Oh,
And then there were three.
Yep.
yep.
Yeah.
Now this feels familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't resist the Night Ranger when he said 4 in the morning. I'm like, I gotta mention
Oh,
it.
yeah. Well, see, I would have been okay, but I went out shopping and I got really hot.
Mhm.
So I came home and like the bedroom was blocked off with a separate air conditioner to keep it extra cool.
Mhm.
And I sat down and I got that 3-hour death nap that you're not planning it.
Mhm.
I woke up.
Roll.
I woke up with my breathing mask on, so I must have like zombie put my thing back together.
Yeah, the CPAP, yeah.
But I'm doomed. I am doomed.
Hey. Yesterday night, I got home from work at like 4 in the afternoon. I tried to type something. I could not think of a single word.
Ooh.
I sat here in the chair. I had like 2 beers. And the next thing I know, it was time for the green room. I woke up. I woke up just as it was starting. And then I hit the ground running from there.
Well, I hope to make my first appearance in the green room this coming Friday.
Hey, it's a lot of fun, Chris. It really is.
Well, I'm normally at work, but I'm off next Friday, so that's probably why I'll be joining in for the first time.
Okay. word of warning. There are no rules except don't.
No cruelty to animals.
Well, no, I was going to
Don't piss
say,
Paul off.
don't piss Donna off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody else is pretty safe. But well, we do know that there have been people that have broken the unspoken rules for the green room and got banned. There is someone who is no longer a Rising Tide member because of being a missing stair. So and that leaves me in a quandary because they have a really good show on a subject that I enjoy, and their co-hosts are really, really nice people. But do I keep watching? Do I keep commenting? Do I keep liking? And I haven't the faintest idea what to do because I don't want to hurt somebody else just because the main host is a dick.
I love the absolute nanosecond that the civility breaks because there's nowhere else for it to go. Because rough situation, serious consideration. I'm in no way downplaying it. It's just the way my mind works. All of a sudden, we have to be careful and tactful and use proper language to imply without saying, and he's a dick. You know what I mean? It's just like,
yeah.
Well, I mean, I didn't name names.
No.
Yeah, I know.
Didn't even name a time slot,
Yeah.
But it's just one of those things where
there's other ways you can let me know.
I'm willing to believe that anybody can be redeemed if they want to redeem themselves.
Yep.
And I'm willing to give them the chance.
Yep.
But I'm not fooling myself that there's that much of a chance they will make that choice.
You have doubts.
Do you know if anyone has actually addressed what's gone on with said individual, just to be sure?
Brian did.
Okay. I wanted to make sure that, I'm the fair play guy. You know what I mean?
Me
Even
too.
when somebody messes up.
I want them to realize that that's not right. They should do better. I don't hold out a lot of hope that will happen, but I'm willing to believe that it can. And like I said, I don't want to cut everybody else in the show out. I don't want to denigrate the show. I don't want to downvote the show. I just wish that said individual would have been a better individual, and hope that said individual can become a better individual.
Yeah.
But I can't punish everybody else for the actions of one person.
Yeah.
So
it's always
I hate
hard.
being put in that position. I really hate being put in that position.
Yeah, well, that's understandable.
I don't think anybody does, and it's like everybody has made a mistake or makes mistakes. A lot of it is based on the how you respond when you're rebuked. Wonderful term, the word rebuke.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you rebuke somebody, there shouldn't be malice. It's like you done goofed. So we're going to tell you done goofed, and then, go
it's kind of like a reprimand.
Yeah. Yeah. But, Yeah,
but
see-
you also have to have them acknowledge they're being reprimanded and them to at least come forward with some plan to
do something
redeem
about it.
themselves.
Unfortunately, Brian said after the discussion with the individual in question, that individual said, "Well, I'm not changing who I am or what I'm going to do," and
you know,
that turned into a widescreen block from
Ooh,
Rising Tide stuff.
dang it.
Yeah. Brian does not do that lightly, and he said his hands were shaking. He was just absolutely horrified that it came to such a pass.
Yeah.
But he could not let it go. And another Rising Tide personality was being targeted, and yeah, I saw it happen, and I thought, okay, this is badinage. This is not serious. It turned out to be serious.
See, that happened all on. I tend to miss the Friday shows.
Mhm.
I tend to sleep in on Fridays because I have to do my Friday night show, and so it kind of tangles up, and a lot of stuff that happened then. And I don't know. All I know is that Brian K. Morris, and I'll say this, I've said it before, I'll say it again, has been one of the most influential, life-changing individuals I've come across in my adult life. And he is such a tremendous force for good.
Mm-hmm.
That, when he calls out something for not being right, I'm inclined to pay a whole lot of I pay a lot of heed. And I don't trust lightly or easily, but if Brian's going around saying something like, there are people in this world you have a difference with, how you handle it will reflect on you, and most of the time I won't have much issue. But people who, if it reflects, having a difference with Brian and it going bad, it's not the wisest thing. You know what I mean? Because
I don't know Brian as well as y'all do, but he doesn't strike me as the type to make rash decisions. And,
he doesn't make snap decisions at all. He does the research. He has the receipts.
Yeah.
Brian always has the receipts. At the end of the day, that's a great way to condense it. And it's like, it's interesting to see where your online persona versus your actual persona may meet, and how people choose, because very few, for the majority of the time, what you see is what you get with me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, same here.
But
I am my persona.
Yeah, I tend to be slightly more withdrawn otherwise, like if I'm not online, if I'm not doing this, I operate at a different level. But
well, if you're not having to engage people that have been through traumatic stuff and trying to entertain them and get them away from the dark areas that they've experienced, you don't have to do this.
Yeah, and
but when you're dealing with people that have been through that, you need to try and entertain them and distract them from their reality so they can get some enjoyment out of life rather than relive a horrible nightmare that keeps recurring.
Right.
Yeah.
And helping people, I was always brought up, if you don't feel good, help somebody.
Yeah.
And so that's how I deal with my own branch of issues, Well,
that's
is it just seems like that. And so when somebody like I can't process the mental. I mean, yeah, I have difficulty because tactically I can assess it, but I can't mentally I can't put myself in the shoes of somebody who, on knowing someone like Brian, would act that way, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, and like I said, I don't know Brian as well as y'all do, but it seems like he can take a joke and he can understand the difference between a joke and when somebody's went too far.
Yeah.
That is exactly the point. That
And
the
I think
situation had gone too far and been allowed to slide because nobody could believe that it was
They were
actually something
actually
serious
well,
until it came to the point to where it was patently obvious that it was serious.
and I, like I said, I only know part of things, and I'm deliberately trying to keep my nose out of it because it's none of my damn business.
Hey, I wish I could. I wish I could, but unfortunately, I was there.
And that means it's something else I don't know about. But you know, we can talk offline.
No,
but
we can continue as if that doesn't exist.
Yeah,
we can. On our basis is what we do here.
Yeah,
we can continue as if that never happened, that never existed, and as long as that person doesn't show up and start hassling Skunk, I won't have to kick them out of the room.
Yeah.
They start hassling Skunk again, I'm going to get pissed. And I don't say that lightly. Yeah.
I know.
I must have missed something.
See, I missed that part. I heard other things.
The other things are just as bad, but Skunk was being censored for his comments in the green room. Not by Brian, but by this person. So this is like, this person is going, oh, Skunk's going to call me out on my bullshit. I'm going to delete all his comments.
Oh, wow.
I got pissed.
Yeah.
See, that's not just bad form. That's cowardly. I'm sorry. Yeah. I got called like I see it. Like, I will disagree vehemently with people. And anybody who's gotten in a good argument knows I'm a man of passion and conviction. So it can get warm. But you have to have people have the right to be wrong. Unless they're doing something that is like, we can't have this on here because it will get us kicked off Facebook, or it's, extreme certain sets of things I shouldn't have to list out in polite company.
This case was Skunk calling somebody out on their bullshit. It's like, oh, well, you're right, so I'm going to delete you.
Yeah, that's called not being able to deal with the truth.
That's childish.
Because it hurts, and it is childish, it's immature, it's uncalled for, and it's a definite sign of guilt.
Yep. And unfortunately,
it's unprofessional too.
That is not the point that drew Brian's attention initially. It was one of the deciding points that someone is censoring one of my guests.
Yeah.
Without my permission.
That's like
it when it came down to the sexual harassment, it was okay. Yeah. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I was kind of figuring it was. That's uncool.
Yep.
I mean, the occasional flirt, or just that's different. But when you're really just pushing the issue and the envelope, that's uncalled for. It's unprofessional, and
it went beyond flirt, and that's where the line is drawn.
Yeah.
And it is easy to accidentally say the wrong thing. It is very easy to slip and say the wrong thing. And if you screw up, the way it should be is you apologize, you try not to do it
Admit it.
again, and you
You,
get down the
you
everybody
own
gets
it.
down the road.
You apologize, and you're damn serious about apology.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, and you change your
sincere.
behavior. That's
Yeah.
I don't pull the Christian card often. When I do, it's always for something like this. If you screw up, you're supposed to apologize and try and make it better. You know,
Yeah.
that's how it's supposed to be.
Well, the way
And
this worked, there was no apology and
well,
no intention of
and
making
that's
anything better.
that's the thing. And actions are much harder than a
Yeah.
poor phrase. Yeah, but it also I've watched this style of drama pop up in many groups.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, that the mentality demonstrated is fairly common, and I watch it to see how the group responds.
Yeah.
Because I would far rather see this than a boys will be boys BS mentality, and I've seen
Yeah.
that a lot in groups,
Mhm.
and that's how this sort of thing keeps going. And I'm just
Well, it also lets people know that you're held to certain standards, and if you don't live up to them,
Excuse me.
then you're not a welcome presence.
and it's not that hard.
Yeah, Kerry, you're right. You're right.
Yep.
Exactly.
And that's where it is. You get to choose to face those consequences, but don't complain when you have to deal with the consequences that. And I'm going to be honest. There's some karma. From a raw karma mindset, I would not like. You look at the way Brian does things and what he does for people. He is not the kind of person. If you find yourself going against Brian's energy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a good sign you're on a really wrong path.
Mhm.
And I'm all about people finding the right way because I have to be. Because if I ever want to be forgiven for when I screw up, because
Yeah.
everybody screws up somehow,
Of course.
I have to be about, trying to be that. And it's hard because I have a wrathful nature.
Yeah. It's called being human, Nick. Nobody's perfect.
Well, it ties into the same reason that I self censor in the green room.
Mm-hmm.
There are things that I have learned as a defense mechanism in the factory that I cannot allow to impact my friends. I know all kinds of smart ass comebacks to all kinds of different lines.
Oh yeah.
But if I say them, if I actually put them out there for the people that I respect to hear, I'm going to hurt somebody, and I don't want to do that because they don't deserve it. It's if you have a defense mechanism that has been learned for decades and decades and decades. And
you have to be careful because you could do some harm to somebody you don't want to do.
It could really hurt somebody's feelings
that you don't want to.
Yeah, without their deserving it.
It's
Deserving
the Superman
it.
speech.
Yeah.
It's the Superman's cardboard world speech.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where because I get that. I'll get in arguments with people at points who, I have a sliding scale of how important they are to me. It's like, you don't understand. I need to walk away because if I say what I'm thinking, this is good. I could drop a sentence that will give you nightmares for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to do that to you. And I don't want to do that to me knowing I did that to you. It's
exactly.
Mental violence can be as violent as raising your hand to someone. It could be worse if you're really good at what you do. And unfortunately, and this is part of the circles, when you've endured it, you've learned it.
Yep.
Sure.
It's a defense mechanism, and I have a hard time defusing it. And
Well,
when you see me in the green room and I go, oh, I can't say that even here, it's because it's needlessly cruel. And
exactly.
no one deserves it.
Right. Now, I will say I do love to hop on the green room if I've had a difficult day or a really trying broadcast. It happens. Everybody gets trolls. And I will let loose a rant of,
Oh, and they are glorious. Thank you. They are glorious.
Depth, and they come from the heart. It really is,
And your vocabulary is just so on point. Oh.
And a part of me always feels bad when I do that because it means I had to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's
well,
like
somebody drove you to it, and you found the absolute safe space to blow off that steam.
Because imagine if I did one of those live. I mean, realistically, if I went and I have to be careful sometimes. And the people who paid attention can watch me on my live stream, and I'll be talking to people, and it's like I can't condone a bully.
Mm.
The trick is to not become a bully, not condoning the bully.
Yeah.
And that's why I have to be like, okay, let's go through this. And, I don't want to become you to beat you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so.
Yep. That's the problem with arguing with some people. They will drag you down to their level and beat you because they're not going to recognize that limits exist. And
Yeah, see, I've there have been so many instances where it's ironically it's the mental version of when I worked with the special needs clients. I'd walk in and I've walked into houses where open the door and someone is in the process of throwing a dining table at me. Like, because I dealt with the high level schizophrenics, extreme behavioral cases. And
that's exactly how I managed to get a divorce from my first wife. Metal folding chair come flying at me out of midair, and I swat it to the side. And I go, you are not allowed to do that anymore. But if you do, I will defend myself to the best of my ability, and you will not survive.
And see, my job was to not defend myself to the best of my ability. My job was every day to come in to keep the client safe from themselves, from others. If that meant taking punches, now you learn safe ways, you learn better ways, but at the end of the day, there were times where I was standing between my client and a police officer who did not understand what was going on, going, please don't shoot my client. He can't be held accountable for what he's doing. I can control him, but nothing good can happen if you clear leather or if you don't holster that.
Yep.
And so that mentality, it takes a lot to get there, and it's very hard to get out of. You're the
ultimate counselor.
Yeah.
And once you've been in that state, it recalibrates your tolerance, sometimes to dangerous levels.
Yeah.
Because one of the things of if you've had, everybody's one bad day away from jail. They're one bad day away from being special needs. All it takes is one hit to the head just right. If people understood how narrow the margin from day-to-day living to calamity really is, I don't think anybody could drive. I really believe if anybody understood physics, like if the majority of people, if you could go, this is what physics are, they couldn't get in the car and drive and feel the safety of that dotted line,
Yeah.
And once you've learn that, it's the whole, well, this isn't so bad. And it resets your scale. So sometimes it takes me a while, for
Yep.
somebody to, because it's like I'm so used to absorbing an amount of damage that's my natural state. So when, and I tell people, if you ever see me really lose it, it's one of two things. Either somebody won the bad day lotto, which is the one that scares me. The whole somebody, don't want to be the straw that puts that breaks the camel's back, because
Yeah.
it's all
Yep.
coming on you, and that's the one I feel is the greater failure. The
Yeah,
guy who
because
pushes
that's unfair to the
the
one that put on the last straw.
sometimes, but
Well, yeah,
yeah,
I'll give you
I
that
have,
one.
I have to
Yeah.
put that because I've known too many people who look to be that person. But
Mhm.
but
I've got a few
some,
of them at work too.
sometimes recalibration needs to be presented to a relationship, you know, and
You-
people need to have boundaries set in such a way that they will understand it, and sometimes that can require severity. My problem is, even if I'm justified, even if I know I'm doing the right thing, if I hurt somebody, I hurt their feelings, whatever, I'm going to feel bad about it, you know?
Mhm.
So a
Definitely.
lot of times it's the whole, it isn't worth me feeling bad about what I'm going to do
Hmm.
in response to the situation, so I'm just going to leave. And I wish that was taught more, because,
Sometimes it is better to just walk away.
oh,
Mhm.
and
Yeah,
I,
and sometimes you're not allowed to walk away.
Yeah,
man,
exactly.
That's
There's sometimes where
that
you
is
have to
the
make a
most
stand.
horrible instance. You
coward of the
you
county.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you cannot
Sometimes
walk
you got to
away.
fight when you're a man.
Hmm.
Uh,
There are. I have learned the most degrading way to verbally respond to the bullies at work,
Hmm.
and basically it's to sound like I am so totally bored with their bullshit that I could not care less what they say, and then come back with something that is so devastating that
mhm.
they cannot possibly acknowledge it because they would break down.
Dan, I got somebody that was trying to get under my skin for months. I finally had enough and decided to lower the boom on him. He didn't speak to me for over a month.
And you were so grateful.
Yeah, well, not only that, when we went to lunch, we had what I called the peanut gallery.
Hmm.
And when I burned him, so to speak, the
It
whole peanut gallery acknowledged it, and he was trying to bring in people to help him. Like, no, you can't come back from that.
really, he done burnt you. You need some aloe for that one. Let me tell you.
But
Oh, I scorched him. Ain't no doubt about it. I scorched him.
Yeah,
And I hated being that way, but I'm like, okay, this is going to be some instance where he needs to learn his lesson.
and the worst thing is that you don't want to be that guy.
No,
You just do not want to be that guy, but you are left without a choice to
it was going to
either.
be the point if I didn't do something,
Hmm.
it was going to escalate even further.
Yep.
And I needed to stop it at that point because it was getting to the point where it was going to be
Yeah.
a problem.
If you can cut them off at the pass, that's great. If you can pretty much make sure that that pass never comes up again,
Yeah.
but that level of viciousness is
Sometimes bullies don't respond to anything other than being stood up to.
well, yeah, and fortunately, it's less than. I'm going to pick up a fire extinguisher and cave your head in if you say that again.
Yeah. Well, those are the ones that don't have enough gray matter between their ears that's developed for them to understand anything else.
Mm-hmm. It's the ones that play to their audience that you can actually verbally respond to, and one up in such a way that the audience that they are playing to goes, "Oh, dude, that's a burn. Don't do it again."
Yep.
And I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of that. I've had to do it, not very often, but very effectively.
Yeah.
And I'm not happy about it. I really am not happy about it. But it's a whole lot better than hitting them with a chair or something.
Josh, most people that have a conscience really can't stand bullying either.
Yeah. Yep. And it's just one of those things where the bully realizes that they can keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing and try to find your limit to when you will finally either.
If you let it go too far, it could be really bad for both of you.
Yep. And I've been trying my entire life not to beat the crap out of people that annoy me. And sometimes they make it really, really hard. But being able to be sarcastic and mean it, and everybody in the audience that was picked out by the bully know that I mean every damn word of it. It does take them down a notch.
Yeah.
It might be not enough notches to keep them from trying it again, but it's just I hate myself when I do it. I really do.
Dan, sometimes you don't have any choice in the matter.
Well, I know that, but it still
hurts.
It still doesn't keep me from feeling like a piece of shit when I have to descend to their level.
What's right isn't always what's necessary. What's necessary isn't always what's right. And the fact that the burden still exists, that we're not sitting here idolizing it. Because how many times have you heard people do grand self-aggrandizement? Yeah, he was stepping up, so I kicked his ass, or he said this, so I said this, and I don't, I've been shot at and missed and pooped at and hit literally on both. I want a copacetic existence most of the time.
Yeah,
it's not
a game that they think it is.
Yeah,
and the people who haven't met their personal Waterloo, the ones who start stuff, are the ones who have never walked into a situation. No Koyabashi Maru is another way of phrasing it, where they've never gone through a complete no-win situation.
Yeah.
And there is no strength in that.
Changing the rules or
the
code to make it work.
Now, the absolute worst thing you can do is reverse the paradigm on them, where they think they've got the upper hand, and they say all this witty shit, and you just go look at them and cut them quick to the core with some one pertinent observation.
My problem I've found is they come back later. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they do.
They'll find a way
later, but
and that's those kind of bullies become the cowards who become what I call the nebulous them. Well, someone reported that you're doing this thing. Someone is sabotaging you. It's like whoever was I lost my ability to comment on groups today for a while. And I had a whole line of alleged, well, you went against our things in the course of a few minutes. And people who know me and know how I post online, that doesn't make sense. So I offended someone. So they found a way to take pot shots at me in a way that I can't, that I couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
And they literally waited till it was my birthday to do it for maximum effect.
Yeah.
There will always be jerks. I'm tempted to swear, but at the same time, they don't deserve the weight of an oath, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
There will always be bullies, and when they're stood up to, they will find a way to crawl back and do it again. And my God, my voice just went down into the lower register. So,
yeah, it
heavens.
It's a case of I've learned I don't usually win. I lose well.
Well,
and if I can lose well enough, eventually I can change the victory conditions enough to get what I need out of whatever it is.
Yeah. It's really hard to win when the contest is stupid.
Yeah. And sometimes Pyrrhic victories aren't much of a victory.
No, Pyrrhic victories are never worthwhile. And history shows that, but for some reason, the circumstances dictate that that's the only way you can
Josh,
deal with the situation. So, hey, Josh.
But there are some times where, kind of going along with what Nick just said, there are acceptable losses.
Yeah. Yep. Sometimes.
Not always, but
sometimes I can just think to myself, let the Wookiee win.
Well, sometimes it's not even that the loss is acceptable. It has to be.
Well, it may be acceptable to you and not to someone else.
No.
These are the cases when I can win, but I'll lose my honor.
Yeah, well, that's where principles and having a conscience and moral concepts, that you have to do what you can do within the framework of what you find acceptable.
Mm-hmm. And I'm getting to the age where, I don't have time for this shit. I've already proved that I'm not whatever you think I am or want to make fun of me for being. And basically, your persistence just makes you look idiotic. So, frivol off to the Privilofs, okay? I don't have time for your bullshit. And it's getting easier. It really is. It's getting easier. I can just sit there and go, your ego is not big enough to cope with the fact that you're an idiot.
Yeah, and if I could get to that place, and see, that's the problem. I have known a lot of quote unquote bullies, and I've known truly evil individuals. And I don't use that word lightly, and they are different. They're different animals. And recognizing them, and it's how I handle situations, given that I am rarely alone. I have to demonstrate for my son.
Yeah.
That fine mix of You know, sometimes you can do right like you're supposed to, and it's treat people like you want to be treated. Sometimes it's do no harm but take no poop.
Yeah.
But
And sometimes that's a fine balance to try and walk.
Yeah, really. And
I've learned most of the time, and part of it is because of my scale. It's like literally, I've had people puff up, I'm gonna kick your butt, and it's like, dude, there's only one of you. Go back and get 3 more, and I'll know how to handle the situation. Otherwise, I really don't see a point in this. And it's not even like, it's not like, oh, I'm a badass, because I'm not. It's just I've had more experience with large numbers of people rolling up on me, so it's hard to be mechanically, and that actually gets me in trouble because people are like, you aren't scared of me.
that's right. Go
Because
get the
I am
rest
not.
of the football team, and I might be worried for a second.
You know, and it's the whole, there are some people in this world, and especially those of true like narcissist, sociopath, who are used to a fear response from people. And it takes a lot to get a fear response out of me. And I work to constrain my anger response, and I never want them to meet. The worst place to be is when a fear response meets an anger response.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Josh. I was trying to send it, but I can't get the daggum thing to let me post the link.
What, here?
Yeah, he put sending him a link, and I tried to do the. There you go. I tried to make a comment, and it wouldn't let me.
The hard part is just looking up all the way to do it privately, and I'm just going,
Yeah.
It's 3 o'clock 4 o'clock in the morning. If you're a troll, come on in. We'll boot you.
This is not.
I need the field
wait a
goal
second.
practice.
Can we talk about how colossally bad a night? Like, of all the conversations we've probably ever had,
Yeah.
tonight would be the absolute dumbest night to hop on and try to troll us. Because, like, I don't know about you, but I'm halfway through that vague. I smell a throat punch on the breeze, just out of memory. You know what I'm saying? Like, please don't. It's sort of like there are days where you go maybe to a restaurant. I don't drink booze, but I do occasionally. I'll go out and have a coffee on a day of remembrance, and I'm thinking about some people. And it is not a good day to interfere with this little ritual that is going on here. You know, there's almost a hint of that as we talk about, our concern, because now I will mess with Skunk. I will mess with Skunk because it's good. Oh god, they're not ready for the horrors that the 2 guys on screen alone had let loose.
Yeah,
but
you respect him.
Yeah, I respect him, and every time I scold, disagree, or chastise, even though I piss him off, and I know I do it out of genuine love and respect for what he can be when he doesn't need to be. Like, that persona is a defense he developed that isn't serving him.
Yep.
And he needs somebody occasionally. That's one set of things.
Yeah.
But you also gotta let the guy say his piece, even if you don't agree with it, even if it's annoying, because that's how America's supposed to be. Like, I've recently had some discussions where I've had to use one of my favorite. You have the right to be wrong. Okay, you have the God-given right as an American and a fine, upstanding individual to have an opinion that is absolute balderdash. You have the right to that opinion. You cannot force me to concede to it.
Yeah.
And better men have tried, but and in larger numbers with more equipment. But
Skunk is passionate and he's adamant about his feelings, and sometimes he's right, sometimes he's wrong, but where he stands.
Yeah, and he is one of the few people that is willing to admit when he's wrong when you can prove it.
And see, that's part of why I respect him. I respect that as easy as it is for him to be caught up in his own stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He
He will
can.
listen. He will listen.
It may take a while,
Yeah.
but he can get there, and a lot of people twice his age can't.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, if you can get him calm down, talk to him calmly enough to where he does listen and he doesn't feel threatened, where he has to be, sticking to his guns and all that.
Yep.
But Skunk's got some cool ideas, and he's all sorts of uber creative, and I enjoy our conversations, and even if we don't agree on absolutely everything, there's a lot of stuff we agree on, and he shares my love of music, especially 80s hair metal.
Mm-hmm. See, I will tell you, and I'll tell this to Skunk if he's listening. My greatest annoyance with Skunk is not when he gets abrasive or he talks over everybody. My greatest annoyance is the boundaries he puts on himself in thinking he needs to limit his capability or that he can't. Can't is a 4-letter word for a reason. It is, and it drives me bonkers. Absolutely. And that is a pet peeve because I know so many creative, intelligent people who I think it's the fear of failing that paralyzes them. And a lot of people, and not just Skunk, but a lot of people in my life I know are afraid, and they take great offense at the concept of being asked what they're afraid of.
Mm.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the best things about age. Because I think when you hit a certain age, you have messed up enough. Like, I have made such a complete clown of myself in my failures that I kind of fly that flag, because I almost feel like I've earned my failures more than I've earned my successes, because my successes wouldn't be there without some of my more elaborate and colorful failures.
Well,
that is a lot like the way that the little girls at work, I mean, 20, 30-year-olds, that's how they think of me, and they go, oh, hey, don't ask Dan a question if you don't want an honest answer, because he has no fucks left to give. I mean, he will tell you exactly, and he has no shame. And it's like, yeah, well, you want to ask me something, and you think you're going to get some kind of an embarrassed response out of me, I'm going to brag about it, okay? I've done so much shit in my time. I have screwed up so many times. I am willing to pass on that information to you, just so that you don't make the same mistakes I did. So
Please make new, exciting, colorful mistakes.
really,
I mean, if you're
I'm researching stuff online every day, trying to figure out how I can screw up in a totally different way.
Yeah.
Because I've already covered the common ones.
Yep.
Oh no! Then one of the girls asked me how many women I've been with, and I go, I don't know. It's so dark. There was so many. And she'd never heard that one before, even though it's a standard smartass remark. And I'm going, let's see. Been I've had several wives, and 3 of them were mine. And
sorry. I get to turn on all my processors when I'm listening to you because it's like switching from an automatic to the gear shift. I got to be ready to drop into mode.
Yeah. But that was the point, they're just not ready for that level of I don't give a fuck. Oh, some of these, and they're awfully sweet little girls. I swear they are so awfully sweet. I love them all, and I wish I could just wrap them up in tissue paper and take them home to mama and go, can I keep them? They followed me home, but it would never work. But just that level of freedom to be able to say anything and be telling the truth.
Well, see, it's funny because I'm 40, and if somebody asks me that question, I can tell them the truth. One. And that one messes with people. What did you say? One. I used to wear a ring, but I kept squashing it on my finger.
Mm-hmm.
And it just sort of, it's sort of like when I say I don't drink and I haven't.
Mm-hmm.
It makes people, because you're not supposed to admit that. You're supposed to lie, like prove your manhood with your body count or something.
I can't remember how many women that I have been in relationships anymore. I'm 63, fixing to be 64 years old. Most of that happened back when I was in college. Does it fucking matter? I didn't count them then. I damn sure ain't going to count them now.
It matters to some folks, Dan. It just depends on the person.
Mm.
It's sort of like the people who are like, you know all this in high school. Honest to God, I forgot most of high school when I left that building because I didn't want to take most of it with me.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just because I think people stop living. They go to work and they survive, and they do, like. Have you watched sports program that everyone at work is going to be talked about, or primetime sitcom that everyone is talking about?
Or primetime drama that
everyone's it's
yeah. And I go, why would I watch that? George never did anything bad to me.
Right. But
and you know what I'm talking about.
I'm a mess, I admit it. But and I love that I get to try new things. That's why I enjoy talking to like Skunk. I talk like other people. It's like, have you heard this music? Hold on. No, but I'm going to. I might not like it. I might like it. I have come to. I think because like I grew up only listening to oldies because it was Dad's radio. So for a period, I listened to his music. So the music they grew up with, and was important, was the music I grew up with for a very long time.
Yep, I understand completely.
So when people talk about oldies music, I think, I haven't heard doo-wop in so long that sometimes I feel like looking it up.
Hey, my parents grew up on that stuff. No, my parents grew up on big bands.
Oh yeah, see, and I love big band. I have a true mechanical weakness to torch singers. Like, it is not.
Oh, I know exactly what you mean. When they pour their soul out into something, it's like I can connect so well, and this is raw feeling. This is what humans are supposed to be.
Oh God. And it's funny because I'd never smoked, but I've spent a lifetime around secondhand smoke to get the stories, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And there are singers that I associate with different grades of tobacco. It sounds ridiculous, but it's like some of them I can smell the what was it Morgan Black that it's a pipe tobacco, a very heavy vanilla. You know,
Yeah. I know the
you
one,
know,
but I don't remember the name.
yeah. It's not Captain Morgan, but it's like Morgan Black or something like that.
Hmm
But and the smell of other people drinking, and like it's visceral, and the loving the older music of the 20s and the 30s and the 40s where you track it means that I find myself loving music from multiple genres that it's like, well, how can you like that and that and that, because it's closer to the root,
hmm Yeah.
so
Oh, have you got a pen handy?
yes, I do. I always have a
Or
pen handy when I'm on this, because you recommend things. Let me find my write down sheet. I'll get a new one going because I drew on the other one and it became art. Shit. Okay. Pen handy.
all right. Look up a band called Bebop Deluxe.
I certainly will.
Now, the lead guitar player and vocalist is one of the finest poets who has lived in the 20th and 21st century.
If you
Now,
haven't had, yeah.
No, this is one of those things. Just, I don't say this lightly. Trust me.
Oh yeah.
Just listen to the lyrics. The instruments will blow you away, but listen to the lyrics, and you will appreciate it on a whole different level than just having heard the music as if it were on the radio.
I will look on that possibly before I go lay back down. I don't, like I said.
All right. What's a good introduction? The Sunburst Finish album. Now, that was not their first album, but it was either second or third, and it's where they hit their stride. There are videos on YouTube, but they are really, really bad video quality. You might as well be watching moving postage stamps while listening to music. Now there are later recordings of Bill Nelson, the lead guitar player, in his own studio where he's reproducing the old stuff, but he's like 10 years older than I am, and that much better than he was then. It's like so amazing. Now another one, which is kind of hit and miss, King Crimson.
I've heard of that.
Yep, there are things that they do that will just elevate your soul. There are things that they had done that were not quite on target.
It happens.
Yeah.
There is, if you haven't heard it, I have to tell you this, because whenever I go through music night, there's a few songs I have to hit. And I'm a huge fan of postmodern jukebox, obviously.
Yes.
And there is one, Haley Reinhardt, who's this tiny little thing. She sings like she's a 300-pound black woman, but she is a tiny, tiny little thing. But she covered Seven Nation Army in the style of a New Orleans dirge.
Ooh, I want to look that one up myself.
Yeah, that one aesthetically, it's one of the most beautiful. Like they picked the right dress. She just looks heart stopping. From a like this needs to be an Art Nouveau to almost art, like somewhere between Art Nouveau and Art Deco, like stained glass. Just like I want to do something with that. You get what I mean?
Mhm. Yep.
But
Um,
she took yes.
Before I forget, if you look up King Crimson,
Yes, sir.
there is a live video of them doing Starless is the name of the song. And it's like 30, 45 minutes. But it is just the most amazing composition, and you actually get to see them play every bit of it. And it's mind blowing. And it's just one of those things. It was loosely connected to the album Starless and Bible Black, and loosely connected to the album Red. But this is live. This is them recorded on YouTube, and it is just. It's like, okay, there are three drummers. There are three, maybe four guitar players. There's somebody playing saxophone. There's somebody playing an oboe. Believe me, if there's a rock band that plays an oboe besides King Crimson, I want to know about it. Okay. It is one of those incredible things. But I'm gonna go get another beer. I'll be right back. I'm not even gonna kill the camera. So
you're fine. Fine.
I know you're about as tired as I am, so we're not going to be able to go on much longer. So.
Oh, it's okay. No, my eyes are watering. I can feel the sun start trying to come up. Not the first time.
You really got to put a wall between you and, hey, it's time to get in the box.
Go.
No, you know why I don't get very many rewatches of Last Man Standing? Because nobody wants to spend 5 hours watching a show.
Give it time.
Wimps.
Amateurs. Well, I think Chris Walker said he had to book a couple minutes ago, so I don't think you're still there, are you, Chris? That means it's just me, and whenever it's just me, I like to plug. So first off, people don't know it, but Dan Hollifield has a wonderful Bandcamp with a bunch of his own music, which you should listen to. I, of course, can be found selling Hybrids, the Sons of God, the RPG. I made a role-playing game for Luke Stone. Also, The Simple Sword and The Fighting Axe, for those of you who want to learn the gentle art of combat in plain, simple English. Yeah, Last Man Standing is a bizarre program brought to you by the multidimensional transcorporeal corporation known locally as Dan Hollifield. He may or may not be an actual material entity for as long as this is going on. Of course, as I'm probably talking to myself, there may or may not be any evidence of what I just said. Shout outs to the NSA, FBI, and the Men in Black who may be watching to make sure that Dan Hollifield hasn't once again unlocked his godhead and started a bid to dominate the world. No, folks, we're just entertaining mildly for whoever may or may not be out there. Sorry, you left, so I started shoveling BS as, spontaneously produces around me.
Oh, you began to do that voodoo that you do so well.
Well, I am a gentle, subtle speaker online, and Not of
I've got to watch that voice. I'm going to be going to Hallowcon. I don't want to milk women's panties at 50 yards. I swear.
that's what it's. You have been granted a gift. You should use it.
Yeah, Barry White swore me to secrecy. So,
Don't lie. You met Barry White on the crossroads, and you sold someone else's soul. You won in a card game to get that voice.
believe me, children, these
Oh
things
God!
do not come lightly. There is
Have
always a price to pay.
Have you watched Old Gods of Appalachia yet? Have you listened to that?
No.
Oh, Dan, sir, you need the YouTube channel Old Gods of Appalachia. Just
I
listen to it.
may actually know somebody that wrote some of those.
Um,
Seriously, I may
no,
actually
I'm
know.
trying to think. Steve Shell, I think is one of the authors' names,
Mhm.
and a few others. But the music, Those Poor Bastards, is one of the bands, and I cannot remember the other. But we're just getting into season 2, and I'm having problems because season 1 was around a mining town
Mhm.
in Barlow, Kentucky.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you, whoever writes these stories, I am torn between wanting to meet and preferring to be 1,000 miles from at all times.
Hmm.
You get what I mean?
Yep.
Because somewhere, someone knows some stuff. And I
Yep.
was okay with that because, I mean, it hit home, but it hit, a little different because it was more. The next season is more about the things kind of born of the green in the dark woods where that your
Yep.
mama tells you not to go out at night because there are things that'll take you and people and things that was people never were and things that never were but will make you think they are. And, and just like right, yeah. Yeah,
Goosebumps all the way up your arm and down the other side. Yeah. Yep.
because I grew up in a dark part of the woods up north, which you wouldn't think, but way up in the hills and the moraines, you go up and you go into these little bowls where the sun doesn't shine quite square, and they're bogs that have been there since the ice ages hit, and little pockets between farms that are just forgotten. People may have never even been on these. It's strange little places where old things walk, and old ways remember you, whether you remember them. You know, you can go out and hear the night call your name and see shadows with no things attached to them moving around, and oh god, no.
Yeah, some of that stuff is really, really neat. Yeah. Um,
And they're too close talking about it. But what you got?
you caused me to remember when the last time Lindsay and I went to England. Our
Oh,
friends were driving us around. We were on our way to Glastonbury,
okay.
and they were driving us from let's see, it was Bristol to Glastonbury, and it was all back roads. And we went through Cheddar Gorge, where the cheese
Oh
was
wow.
named after, and there are goats standing on invisible ledges 500 feet in the air, and they're going, anybody got a rope ladder? But and the thing that they impressed on me most, we would drive by these big divots in the ground, like the size of a Volkswagen bus or thereabouts. It was old Roman era tin mines and lead mines. It was basically they found something on the ground and dug down until they ran out of it, without being like a coal mine, and went really deep. But all the
Shallow
stuff,
mining is weird.
yeah, all the stuff is right there, and if you know the folklore and stuff, it's like
I
the
literally
faith
got
of
chills.
actually let you get away with that and live.
You know, people have forgotten to spit on the ground. You know what I mean? They remember the fair folk, but they forgot to grab the chunk of steel around their neck and spit on the ground. You know?
Yep. Let me look something up here. Okay. There's a. Oh no, I don't have to look it up. It's called the King's Head. The most haunted tavern in England. It has been standing since the Middle Ages. And it is in downtown Glastonbury, right across from the Crystal Shop. And I don't mean the one that gives you imitation hamburgers. I mean the one that sells you bits and pieces of shiny rocks, along with the potions and magic wands and stuff. It's kind of, it has turned into a very kitsch sort of new age, yeah, and it has all kinds of little interesting alleys you can wander around in and discover shops that you didn't think there were room in between the other buildings for it to be, and then you've got this pub. You walk in there and you get shivers.
Mm-hmm.
And people that are sensitive do not sit in certain places close to the fireplace. And there is a trap door in the floor by the desk to rent a room in the inn.
Mm-hmm.
And it is on the way to the men's room. And I would not walk across that trap door for love nor money or $1 million. Come to find out, when that was a place where the local magistrates would hold court, the trap door leads down to the coal cellar, and that's where they tossed guilty prisoners to await the sentencing or the carrying out of previously passed sentences. So that trap door was pretty much screaming angst at me every time I had to go pee. So we had one lady there that was sitting there by the fireplace, and she's going, "Oh, this place just gives me the creeps, and I've got a headache and all." And then we come to find out, it's one of the most haunted places in England.
See, one of these days, Joe and I are going to have a talk, and I probably won't do it over a show, even one as quiet as yours this time of morning. But because Joe was a paranormal investigator, you know, and I have respect for some of them, you know, the scientific approach ones, but a lot of them really piss me off because they are adept at starting problems and then leaving them behind, you know, and it just it will always
Joe Dog got really fed up with the people that were creating drama where there was none. Shall we say?
I could see that being an issue for Joe.
Joe wanted stuff to be real, and there are people that go, "Well, it ain't real, but we'll make it real. All we got to do is jump and pretend." And Joe hates that shit.
Oh yeah, see that's I have a nephew, and if you watch this, George, I'm gonna bust you out. I don't care, but apparently there's a haunted bridge he would take people to. And they'd go and they'd see red eyes and they'd see a big figure and they'd see all the stuff, but then they'd have to leave because it could get dangerous. And I told him, either you're out there taking a bunch of idiot friends of yours, scaring them stupid and running them through the woods back to the car, which would warrant a kick to the shin, or you're going somewhere that you know that something potentially active and or dangerous is, and you're dancing them around like fresh meat to shake it up, and then running and that.
Yeah, really. Hopefully running away in time. Yeah.
How is that supposed to go? It's like, well, I'll take you one time. I'm like, okay, I'll go. I just need to be able to bring my bag and don't be upset if I solve your problem. Well, what do you mean? Forest fires happen. If there's something that big that's causing problems and it's hurting folks, somebody's got to put it down. No, Nalky Nick, you could have done. There's stuff you leave alone, but either you're going to solve the problem. That's like running out going, there's a coyote in the woods and I'm going to throw rocks at it. You're going to get bit or you're going to put the coyote down, but, this messing around is not a good idea.
Yep. Basically, I found the best thing to do is convince the coyote that it's in the wrong neighborhood without having to hurt it.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I like to know where it is so I can go, oh, the coyote lives there. What are you doing? Well, I'm not going in the coyote's house. The coyote lives there.
Yep.
Probably should have said coyote. That's got some other meanings in certain circles, but
well, don't worry about it. It's my channel. Nobody's watching. No, around here.
Oh, you should get more views.
I should.
Well, yes, because while you were gone, I said I want to remind you that this is all sponsor. This is all run by the transdimensional multicorporeal being currently classified as Dan Hollifield, and we appreciate the observations done by the FBI, CIA, NSA, and MIB. So, I'm dropping a lot of useful acronyms that should at least get some agents checking out by their algorithms to see, what's going on.
The MIB and I have an understanding. I don't investigate them, and they don't investigate me.
Yeah. And on a certain day of the year, you meet at a certain certain diner, and you both have apple pie with a chunk of cheddar cheese, and
and some really strong black coffee. Let me tell you, that's some good coffee. That woman knows how to make coffee. Let me tell you,
damn
Agnes is good at coffee. Let me tell you. Now Bethany is the one that makes the pies, and I don't know where they get the cheese, but that it might actually come from Cheddar Gorge.
It would not surprise me.
Hey, imports, exports, and deports.
Yeah.
There's a story right there.
See, I Tammy Hoig, wonderful author, wrote a book I read many, many years ago, and I don't know if it's the title. I don't know if this is the title of the book or the title of the omnibus because it's been that long. So forgive me. But it's called Gate of Darkness, Circle of Light.
Sounds
wonderful.
Like
wonderful. And I can't remember but it had the part of the story was about an actual bard who happened to live in New York City. Like a real capital B bard who ended up doing a bunch of things. And he ended up in the Fey court, and they asked, do you have anything you'd like to say or ask for yourself? He says, may I have a glass of water? And the whole crowd, falls dead silent. And I don't know if it was Oberon or an Oberon clone because it's been many years. I need to reread this book. But said, motions for him to have a glass of water, and he's told later, you were expected to plead for your life. Mortals don't belong here. And you got away with the audacity. But he talked about the Bardic curse, and the Bardic curse is to, what is it? See but not know, do but not go. Oh, see but not do, know but not go. So at the end of the thing, when everyone else is running off through the portal because of the way things opened up, he has to stay. By nature of being a bard, to be what he is, he can't go on the next kind of run. And I end up in that a lot, a very liminal place where I'm not here, but I'm not there, and I am happiest in these odd liminal times and places where I'm haunting my way through, life and space. It's like, I found it out not too like if I list off everywhere I like to be, it is a place that isn't a place. My literal favorite places in the world are shallow beaches, middle of bridges, long stretches of road where I'm not quite anywhere. Uh, the outskirts of town, buildings that are normally busy, but you're in them in a time when they aren't.
Oh. My favorite is there's a place in Athens. It's like 2.5 walls. Used to be a building on the river, and you have no idea what it used to be back when it was an entire building. But you get the idea that it probably was some kind of a general store trading post thing for riverboats and whatnot. But there is absolutely no indication that it has ever existed. Yet it is there.
Oh, God. That is my bread and butter.
And I look at that. Every time I go through that area, I see it, and I go, I should stop and take a photograph. But somehow, I never get the chance.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if that's a defense mechanism of the place.
You never know.
Real? Is it real? Is it not? I mean, the walls are real. What was there? That's what I want to know. What was there? But there's no indication anywhere in any of the histories that I have read of the area that it actually existed.
Oh, I understand that way too
it's
well.
Like people are afraid to mention this particular set of walls. I mean, they'll talk about antebellum mansions that burned down in the 20s, or got turned into a fraternity house, a sorority house, or that kind of. But this place, I mean, the local bordello got much more press, and people actually knew it existed. This place, nobody even acknowledges that it is there.
That's because it's not for everybody.
Well, I can see it.
Well, you also probably could find Lady Sally's place if you were so inclined, and certainly walk right into Callahan's bar if you were so inclined. So we
actually have done so. Yes, online, but not physically, and not on Facebook. I am a welcome guest on Facebook, but back in the day when you actually had to have connections to chat servers, IRC servers. I managed to wind up in Callahan's. Alt Callahan's. Oh God, I can't even remember the server name now.
Don't worry about it because it shouldn't be discussed. Some secrets need to remain. I respect it. I understand.
It no longer exists. That's why I can't remember it. It's gone. And now the Facebook incarnation is all that's left. And there are people who have been there since the old days, and they're I have been remembered. And,
You're memorable.
Well,
I mean, what did you expect?
I'm just me. What do I expect? I expect to be forgotten most of the time.
Will you quit reading out of my playbook? It's creepy to hear it out of somebody else's mouth.
Well, sometimes I want to be forgotten. Sometimes I want to be remembered. Just depends on what I'm doing at the time. These are not the droids you're looking for.
What is that? Where did that pen? I just. They're having fun with me, Dan. Middle of my broadcast. Oh, they are. In the middle of my broadcast. They made my dice disappear. One of the die, poof. And now the pen I was just using. I didn't move. It's not in my ears because I have this. I didn't put it in the box. And yet it just poofed. They must have decided I'm done with this picture. I'm
Oh. All right.
No worries, because I'm actually pretty done. I was going to tinker with it, but I'm thinking, here, I'll show you. Here you go. I'll show you. This is what I was doing while I was talking to you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's neat.
Thank you. And I was tinkering, and I was using a very specific pen, and now it's back right where I checked twice. That's Yep. Everywhere I live, it's always surrounded by clover. If it isn't after I've lived there a year, there'll be clover all around it every time.
You do know my theory of alternate universes.
Enlighten, expound, please, because.
Okay. Your pen is a good example. Have you ever lost your keys and found them someplace you had checked before?
Oh, frequently.
Congratulations, you have just walked through several alternate universes where your keys were not where you thought they were, and found them where you knew they were.
See, it gets colorful because things will disappear and then they will be found, obviously. As in, something will decide to be gone, and I will look for it for an indeterminate point of time, and then it will appear dead center of the living room floor. Or, somewhere it couldn't be. Like, everyone's been looking for it, multiple people, and it'll appear. My neck knife, my black knife fell out. It disappeared for a year to almost the day, and reappeared alongside the house in plain sight.
Mm-hmm.
Dang this thing. Don't know who it is, but they love doing it, and I've just come to accept it. Call me crazy.
Well, actually, it's just the fact that you're okay. Everybody has their own individual timeline.
Makes sense.
Reality is the consensus of all of us as to what's real and what isn't. And sometimes real gets fuzzy.
Oh, yes. Oh,
And
absolutely.
there are things that sometimes they're traumatic, sometimes they're ordinary. There are things that upset the balance just a hair, and you wind up someplace that is almost exactly where you left, but not quite.
Yes.
And if you're lucky, you can find your way back. Otherwise, you've got to adjust to the place that is almost, but not
Nah.
exactly where you left.
Oh, yeah.
No.
That goes right into the Mandela effect.
Yeah.
I at one point had the Berenstain Bears books as a kid, and I had some left over that had the other spelling because I've shown them to people. Can I find them now? No. Did I have them to show them to people that they were spelled differently?
Yep.
But then again, shoot, I told you about the hole in time I found one day, didn't I?
Oh, I've done that several times actually.
Uh,
Yeah, I do vaguely remember, but you can refresh my memory.
Okay. Well, I was downtown Michigan City, which is a strange place to begin with. And I was walking down and just through one of the little narrow alleys. On the other side of that alley were all classic cars. Everybody's dressed in period. It was like they were shooting a movie. You know, the signs were different, the houses were different. Everything was a rewind to the late 40s. Late 40s, maybe early 50s.
Mhm.
I could see it, and I had cut one kid look down the alley at me, bug-eyed. I went and I almost went down. I'm like, that's a bad idea, Nick. It's just, don't do that. Okay. So
Mhm.
I stopped. I tied my shoe, and I looked back up, and it was normal. And there was, the shop that was supposed to be there was there. Plain as day, whole of time. One of my little cryptid theories. People see dinosaurs, they see things,
Yeah.
Bigfoot.
Yeah.
I think what they're seeing are things that are walking through holes of time and walking back out.
Yeah. Yeah. And my theory of multiple universes is that
Well, holes. It could be in time and space.
well, no, if there is an infinite number of universes, then the difference between them could be no more significance than the rotation of one quark in one atom in one grain of sand on one beach in the entire universe. They're so subtle, and people walk back and forth between these really, really close differences every day without knowing what they're doing. That's normal life.
No. That makes sense.
It's only when you get to some far distance from where you began that things are significantly different. And it may be my keys were right there on the counter. Where did they go? And half an hour later, you find them on the counter again. Congratulations, you just walked through half a dozen damn timelines and got back to the one where your keys were, where you put them down. Or you walked through half a dozen timelines and you got to a different one where they were, where you put them down, but something else is different that you can't perceive because it's so tiny.
That makes a lot of sense.
This is the way my world works. I figure due to what I've survived, I have changed from one timeline to another at least 8 times. And there's no way for me to get back to where I started, and there's no way that I want to because I'm better off here.
Well, I'm
No,
a
no.
big.
Think I have the woman I love who absolutely adores me. I have a modicum of success as a very minor writer, nay bard.
Mhm.
There are earth-shattering experiences that I have walked away from unscathed, which should have killed me, and I'm just going, well, you know, um, I feel sorry for the me that was there then, but I'm me here now, and this is probably where I'm supposed to be at the moment, and I'm dreading the next time that I have to take a walk, because I could lose everything or I could gain even more, and I have the faintest idea, and I'm scared shitless of finding out.
May I hazard?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting we're getting too close to an interesting subject again, so the text's getting bothersome. But I
The
wonder.
computer doesn't want us to have this conversation.
Well, someone doesn't, because I'm about to drop a very dangerous phrase into this mix. But there's a concept called the high strangeness, and I just wonder if one were to take your logic of traveling through different,
But minutely different.
right. But as a matter of frequency, the reason you hop is your frequency is different than the universe that you're in, or how reality is measured, and that's why people will get on arcs where, as their energy becomes more positive, they unknowingly begin to hop to a different set of the fork in the timeline. The time stream leans more toward a positive frequency because this fits really neat into a divider on my understanding of heaven and hell as concepts, and I see them as points on the entropic slide.
Yeah.
Where heaven has little to no entropy, whereas hell is in a state of constant entropic flux, and that's the sort of the end point, at least as far as we've been able to track.
Yeah.
And that the energies of what we choose versus the equate the likelihood of how we pachinko through.
Yep. Now I will say that in my experience, it has been something life-threatening that causes a shift. And I'm going, I pity the poor guy that had to stay there and die so I could go on someplace else and live.
Well, I don't.
No, I mean, it's been life and death situations.
Well, okay. No. Because I get what you're saying. I'm wondering the all possibilities are possible. Every possible interaction is possible. And what we choose is how it's almost like how our soul rattles through the pachinko slots. But all the slots we don't use are there, whether we occupy the slot or not.
Indeed. Yeah.
So it's
Well,
one of those.
you know, it might be that there was no me there when I shifted.
Right.
So I didn't take somebody else's place. And I didn't leave some poor sod to die. But
the other thing is, part of it is avoiding the designations of specific religion. It would I could very easily see an entity tracking the progress of such a system and influencing it to the best of their abilities to accomplish whatever ends. Whether it's just whoever's pulling the pachinko machine and watching how it rattles, but I felt the pull and the repulsion of places and events and things.
Yep. I've been to places that I will not go in. I've been to places where I felt right at home.
Oh yes.
And neither place had a logical reason for my reaction.
Nope.
I wandered around Guilford, waiting on a friend of mine to get off from work, so we could go on his ghost tour.
Mm-hmm.
And Lindsay and I walked around, and I took photographs of buildings I thought were interesting. And then we went on the ghost tour, and every place I took a photograph of was supposedly haunted. Yeah. I'm going, oh, this looks wonderful. She goes, it's a freaking brick wall. And I go, oh, yeah, but it's an interesting brick wall. Yeah. And turns out it's what's left of something from the 1700s.
Interesting is an absolute value. It isn't necessarily saying it's positive or negative, but it is saying it's interesting. There's something interesting.
Yeah. I can't account for 90% of the things that I go, oh, that's nice. How does that work? And then come to find out that was something significant in some other context that I never knew about. Okay. Long ago, I succumbed to the idea I'm a weirdness magnet.
Yes, that's why we get along, amongst other reasons. Like
I attract strange things, strange situations, and the most interesting strange people. Fortunately, I tend to repel some not interesting strange people.
Mm-hmm.
So,
matter of frequency.
Yeah, indeed. Oh God, don't tell Ted. He'll put us on.
Cryptid Crunch or
no.
Truthmongers. What is it?
Truth. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. Because I really don't want to try and explain this to people that don't have the advantage of having been through high strangeness before.
It's much like that Waterloo situation.
Uh-huh.
Either you have or you haven't.
Yeah. But if you haven't, I sound like I'm politely a crackpot, or impolitely totally insane, or just making shit up, which I don't do. Well, I do make shit up, but I make sure that it's labeled as fiction, and God help us
I write
all.
fiction, but I don't write lies.
God help us all if some of the fiction that I'm writing is some of the timeline that I can't get to anymore, or I went to once and figured out this and that. But there are times when I'm going, you do realize that that's so close to being real that people are going to think it's real if you say it with enough conviction.
Well, moreover, if you say it with enough conviction, people can make it real.
Yeah, well, that frightens me too, because I often write about things that are rather spooky. So,
Yes.
and I don't want to put people in one of these H.P. Lovecraft situations.
Well, here's the problem. People end up in H.P. Lovecraft situations all the time. It's just most of them don't survive it to complain.
Well, I don't want to throw them into it. I mean,
You're not. See, that's you're forgetting. It's really easy when you're being a conduit to another line to think you're creating it, and you're not. Have you ever known some stories you have to build? You have to go, okay, this is the hero, and he's going to do this, and he's going to do that. And there are stories you just start telling them, and you don't know where it's going until it's there.
There's some stories you only have to open a door and walk through.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the ones that wind up, no matter what, even if you're not taking dictation all of the time, but enough of the time, people get really either enthusiastic or spooked by. I prefer them getting enthusiastic. That means I've managed to file off the dangerous meat hooks and bear traps and let them wander through something that
they can handle.
Yeah, it's real to me, but they don't have to die.
Well, sometimes, I don't know. Sometimes I tell stories like that, and every once in a while, in the right mood, I'll either tell an incident story, or I'll tell, like, my fiction is rarely scarier than my experiences, but I tend to slip my experiences into the fiction in tiny doses of the weird stuff. Because I don't tell lies. I tell stories, but I don't lie. There's a difference. But a lot of times I'll put, like, especially when I'm writing supernatural horror, I've got it. I'll tell you this, and this happened. Well, if it happened, why don't you tell them? Because if I tell you it happened for real, and it happened here, at least one of the dumbasses will go out and try to find it and try to see something. And I've learned to never underestimate.
Some other dumbass will try and get you locked up.
Right. There's the whole chain of events based in applied stupidity. So it's better to keep, things in the realm of fiction.
There are two unbeatable powers in human history. One is gullibility, and the other is stupidity. You can dance between the two, however much you want, but either people are going to believe you, or they're going to be dumb enough to try it out.
Yep, that's why I never tell people where the things are. It's why I have, do I have ghost stories? Yes. Do I know where, if people wanted to find evidence, they could? Yes. It would be neglectful for me to give them that information because they're also liable to end up dead.
Have you ever heard the B-52 songs Love Shack?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. Somewhere on the Atlanta highway, there is the Love Shack where there's parties going on all the time. All right. Somewhere between here and a place called Commerce, Georgia, or Banks Crossing, there is a roadside bar that has, if you need it, a door in between the men's room and the ladies' room that goes to my spaceport bar 65 light years away. Now, I have never told anybody exactly what road it's on, what it looks like, or what its name is, but I have had people claim they have found it. And I'm going, let me tell you, let me ask, was there some mushrooms involved here? Something, but
Hey, I'll tell you flat out. The bar I've been running for probably 30 years now. Has a standing order on the off chance I ever happen to stumble in with a potion of assorted upgrades to make sure I can survive the experience. And so, I've been careful with this one when I wrote it, just in case it ever works too well. And the funny thing is, if I ever find it, it's in every town. So once I've found it, I can find it again locally. But
whenever you need it.
There. Yeah, but you can't go till you've been there. Someone once asked me, what do you think will happen when you die, really? And I'm like, I said, actually, it's my buddy Ben, who ironically passed this spring, winter. It was during lockdown, and I think it was in February. I've lost track, and that's not a shot on him. That's a shot on the horrible time flux that was 2020. But they recently did his, sort of funeral thing. One of the first ones I couldn't work the whole thing. I just couldn't do it. But I told him, well, it depends. I might go into the line of naked people outside of heaven. Yeah, the naked people, because you didn't have any clothes when you came into this world. Why would you have any clothes on the other side? Waiting to get checked in. Like, cut the line because they're really good about letting you because they don't want to get in trouble that close to the gates. Get my punch card punched by St. Peter and go back and do the next job. Yeah. This offends people, but that, or I'm going to, close my eyes one day and open them and I'm going to be sitting at that dang bar.
That's my fondest wish. And I've made it real enough to where it's entirely possible that I will actually be there, because it is so real to me that I can cross those timelines. And the thing is, it's not like the people have written this thing up, and I'm scared, and I don't know what's going on, and I'm going, but no, that ain't the way it would go. I walk in like I own the place because I own the place.
They're waiting. It's a lot more like Cheers, except you're running the bar when you get done. Yeah.
Hey, I walk up and the waitresses hand me a roast beef sandwich with a dill pickle and a big old ice cold pitcher of beer and go, welcome home.
Mm-hmm. Funny word, home. Funny word, home.
Home is many things. Many, many, many things. Not only where you were as a child, or where you were as an adult, or where you are in any particular point in time where you are occupying a particular space and living a particular life, but it is also what you aspired to create with your everyday actions. And if you're successful, it's a good place to be.
I like that. Now I'm going to tell you that I'm going to have to duck out pretty soon.
Oh, I'm going to have to go myself. I'm about to nod off. I tell you. And
My
here I,
legs are just not going to let me get up real soon. So if I don't get up in the next couple minutes, I won't be getting up at all, and I'll be crawling across the floor because I didn't come out expecting this, and I stumbled into it, so I wasn't wearing my shoes or anything.
hey, we are just about into a 5-hour.
Yeah, I'll give you the 4:30 minutes because you want to crack that 5-hour line to mess with Brian come Monday, don't you?
I've got 4:55 right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm not in any competition with Brian.
Oh no! This isn't competition. This is simply, this is fun.
This is a conversation. This isn't competition.
Exactly. You don't need to fake it. Lord knows, because like I said, every Wednesday I'm pulling 4 officially with about a half hour on either side. So I'm doing 4 hours every Wednesday night from 8:30 to 12:30 running an RPG game with a bunch of people who start late and then they try to get me to finish late. So yeah, just
that's what pause buttons are made for.
Oh yeah. And we run through, but it's always an adventure with you. You know that? We get on these conversations and
we cover so much ground. It's not only phenomenology and philosophy and God knows whatever else we cover, but it's fucking fun is what it is.
Yes. Absolutely. It is absolutely effing fun. You need to start doing little exercises. Get yourself a 2-pound barbell. Now, why would I buy a 2-pound barbell when I have my hammer? Solution? I used to carry this. This was my way of solving problems at Home Depot. It was this almost got painted blue, and it's still made for the magic item in my world known as Crystal Blue Persuasion, the Sledgehammer of Subtlety. But
I thought you were going to go for Maxwell's Silver Hammer there for a minute, but
no, Crystal Blue Persuasion, the Sledgehammer of Subtlety. You add your charisma bonus to convince things to be other things. You smack a wall with it and go, I need a door. Well, you rolled a 20, you got a door right there,
American engineering. If at first it don't work, hit it with a bigger hammer.
Absolutely. But I realize most of my problems in life can be solved with a hammer. Why not, physical therapy too?
Yeah.
I find the irony of that oddly delightful.
Holding a hammer, talking about irony. Yeah.
I am many things, but I am not.
I can see the humor in so many levels of things. One day I hope to be respectable, but I don't think it's going to be anytime soon because I'm having too much fun.
But it's been a good night, and I think I needed this too. Because I've got some really good opportunities I can't talk about, in part because I don't want to jinx it. But some life changing stuff. But I have to find a way to pull off. In the words of Annette Bening in "Slipper in the Rose," which is the best version of Cinderella. If you ever get a chance, you have to see it. Look it up. It's an old British version, wonderful. But she says, "Oh, I have to do a stupendous. Stupenduses always take so much out of me."
Oh, all right, Nick. You go to bed, and I'm going to do the same.
Oh,
and everything has been. Thank you for being here, because it's always a good time when you show up.
I
And,
tried. It's just family taking care of the little man. He gets envious on my
Yep,
time.
yep. I understand completely. Family
So
always comes first.
if anybody is watching, which I'd be surprised, thanks for coming out and coming around. Hope we've entertained you a bit, or at least confused and make you back away slowly, making no sudden movements. That works too.
And don't walk in under any ladders unless you're willing to go into an alternate universe. Triangles are really weird. Okay. Now we got something for next week. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna back out so that you can close up your show.
All right.
You have a good one.
You too. Love you.
Love you too, man. You have a good one.
Oh, now this was this was really fun tonight. Yes. And yeah, we talked about all kinds of things, and some of them could have even been real. You will never know. But then again, you might just find out on your own. So let me see. I've got something here for the Rising Tide I can play, and then I will be right back with the end credits. But let me just say, we have the most fun here. Absolutely the most fun. And you never know what direction the conversations are going to take, and if they're going to be serious or silly or philosophical or just beyond that into another realm. And the people that show up and chat with me here for this show are absolutely some of the most interesting people on the planet. So many diverse points of view. And they are just amazing folks. And I'm proud to know them. And I'm proud to know the folks here at the Rising Tide.